Dobre, ideme na to, ideme to proudiť. 1.7.2025, začneme 10.33. Prvé zapneme tieto pagany. Vezmeme tieto pagany. Zapneme náhnitý trón. Zapneme krkovičku. Pozme nejakého z týchto lízalov. Týchto pičelizačov masných. Gašperov, skorumpovaných jedincov. Už nám nechyba veľa v tomto paganstve. Môžeme si ho tam pri poslednej vetve. 8% mi chýba. Čo menej ako hodina. No, je to hodina asi hodina ešte. Taká vylízanejšia. Je také trošku vylízanejšie, ale to zvládneme nejako. Len treba sa trápiť, žijeme, dožili sme sa toho, čo sme sa dožili. Skontrolujeme zvukovú skontrolujeme zvukera. Je to zlé, je to chore. Ideme to proudiť. 1.7.2025, začneme 10.33. Takže ako prvé ideme rozbalovať. Už treba skôr stávať, oveľa skôr. Oveľa teda vo väčšej paseke, to treba rozhrubávať. A čakajú nás väčšie paseky. Nebola čiže naspäť, kľúče sú naspäť. Takže nebole naspäť. Nejaké DH, nie? 75 petrolizačov. To je masné. Dobre, ale venujeme sa tomu, čomu sa máme venovať. Len drsné časy. Otvoríme Berkant. Čomu Berkant? Nič. 6000 XP. Mana freezer. Keby si chcel. Venujeme sa tomu, čomu sa máme venovať. Vole tie Berkanty prúdiť. Nakobe nejaké štosiky. Nejaké markorealizmy. 4 tieto, 3 tieto. 4 tieto, 3 tieto. Klasické žilcharky. Klasické žilchiny. 5 kľúčov, 1 bedňa. A tieto ostatné veci sa uvidia. Od dosť klasického petolížectva. 30 kúskov. 10 kúskov, 5 kúskov. Možno pičolizači už dali nové informácie. A poznáme pičolizačov. Možno pičolizači dali nové informácie, ktoré sme mohli zúžitkovať. Nám ostali nejaké paganstvá, ako prvé by som teraz zobral toho lízala, ktorý mi tam jeden bodík mi svieti. Jeden bodias. Skúsime samozrejme nájsť. O 12. je Divine Beasta, klasická bačkorka. O 12. je ryba. A ryba sa lízne. A potom je Sarudomu tu chytiť, je to Shadow Crypta. A pošli mu do pagody. Možno by som mal Shadow Crypta robiť popravde, ako je to jedno. Áno, nie je to jedno, iná. Čo musieť. To je Lizardov. Nechcem niečo do kryptu. Ale ak mi dá znova, tak ja si zoberiem. Zatiaľ teda to nevyzerá dobre. A nie je to dobre. Tough cleansing gel. No vieme, že to vždy trošku trvá tejto veci. Tak keď to dá hneď, niekedy sa s tým trápime hodiny a hodiny. A je za to dobre, čo? Je to paseka. Je to paseka dneska. No. Včera to bolo vylizované extra, dneska je to tiež paseka. Ja som povedal, že toto už budem si nechávať, tak si budem nechávať. Aj keď časom sa to aj tak použije na tie lokaje. Kde vlastne sú tie bedna? To sú daleko asi ako vylizované. Takže už sa blížime k finishu. Trošku máme samozrejme problémy, ale to sa stáva. Všetci sme vedeli, že chytiť Shadow Cryptu, že chytiť Sarudomu. To bude jednoduchý proces.
There's always something to do. For a contract tonight?
Dal mi toto siačku. Nechám to, mám 6 do konca.
Quite a list of contracts, eh? Cat's pick? Read each story and choose whichever one stands out.
Ježiš, to krypto zoberme tam. Nie som nadšený z tej kokotej krypty. To, čo tak, budem to robiť tak, že to, čo chytím po 10, zovem aj kryptu. Máme nejaký kontakt na kokoťu kryptu. Ono, ja vylustrujem tie kontakty, čo mám. Na začiatku hneď prvá. Toto je zlé. Piče. Prečo mám pocit, že máme heala? Máme heala? Jebať. Ako nevidí sa to často, ale jebať. Ako len to jebať, to je nejaký totálny primitívovia. To je úplný kokotizmus, len to jebať. Sú primitívni bastardi. Čo bolo? Tam není healer, tam nie je healer. Nie. Tam nevidím vôbec, že by niekto bol healovaný, to sú non-stop mŕtve tie kurvy. A keď som zomrela ja... Čo je? Vy kokoty. 18 000 má života, jen ten primitív. Kurvy chore sprosté. Hneď sa mi to nezdalo, že hneď prvé som chytil. No jasne, hneď prvé som chytil. Aha. Ale to tak vyzeralo, hneď mi to smrdelo, že je to možné? Že tak rýchlo? Tak rýchlo som odchytil to, čo potrebujem, no jasne, veľká sračka. Nič, odteraz, keď nebudem vidieť healy, odteraz, keď budú skapínať všetci ako kocké kurvy, odchádzam hneď. Nemá zmysel. Tam neboli healy, to je ako, neviem čo to je za kurvu, ten tým. Ale to bolo chore, ale to bolo na moje triko znova proste. To bolo znova na moje triko. To bolo na moje triko. Že som s tými kurami bol dlhšie ako 30 sekúnd. To som mal jednoznačne ísť do pagody. Ešte tak spravíme kryptu do sračky. A keď z toho nie som nadšený, čo mám robiť do sračky? A budú tam preč? Gamblovať s tým? Neznačam kryptu, keď ste páne, to je sračka. Budem to gamblovať tú kryptu? Mám na ňu kontakty, mám na ňu nejaké kontakty. Z tohto aspektu, keď to zoberieme, že aspoň tam vylustrujem nejaké kontakty. Idem si na stranu drž groša. A to mám chyba. Bol som skôr dlhšie ako nič, heal. Aj healer. Ja neviem, čo to bolo za kokotinu, čo to bolo za primitíva. Ale tam nešli healy vôbec žiadne. A zase odportujem. Kata. To bol chorák. A to mám aj chyba, som tam ostal dlhšie s tými kokotmi. Ako som mal. Od začiatku som videl, že nie sú healy. Od začiatku to smrdelo. Tam je nejaký falošný healer. To je falošný healer, úplný kokot. Úplný imbecil. Vôbec nedával healy. Tam nejde o to, že nehealoval mňa. Nehealoval nikoho. Nijako. Takže to bola moja chyba. Že som odtiaľ neodišiel. Ja som veľmi rýchlo videl, že to smrdí. Všetci boli mŕtvi ako kokoti non-stop. Ja som veľmi rýchlo videl, že to smrdí. Všetci boli non-stop vylízaní ako kurvy. 820. A to mám chvíľu. V podstate ja v tej zbrani to je čo za kokota? Tento čo púšťa za kokocku, kurva? Možno sa posunul, lebo ten kokot pustil kokotinu. Posunul som sa. No nie je to zlé, to Shadow Creep, to z času na čas ju spraviť. No, spraviť ju vtedy, ak ju dostanem pod 10. Pod 10 to bude robiť tak, že ak mi v poslednej desiatke, ak ju dostanem, tak ju bohužiaľ zoberiem sa na to. No tam je dosť veľa. Tam potom riskujem, že mi prepadne jedna misia. Bože, kokot skurvený piča, chorá vrana táto vysiera sa. Jebo horený v hlave. V kuse berie všetky sračky táto hniloba ľudská. Hniloba podrbaná v mozgu. Všetko vylizuje jak kokocká kurva. Man. Idem na začiatok, tam by mohli byť teoreticky dvaja. Ako mi to hneď smrdelo, že hneď prvý som chytil to, čo chcem. Hneď prvý som chytil to, čo chcem, to je divné. Že mi to tak odsýpalo, no jasné. To bol tzv. Plúvanec z otváľať s kokotom, kde nemáme healera. Kde ma vylízala úplná sračka. Nemáme healera. Nulové healy, ty kokos, nulové. Nič. Plný hulovát chorý. Ja neviem, čo je to za kokotov. Ja neviem, čo je to za kokotov. Ale to už je v pohode, lebo to už je iba jeden. To už je iba jeden. Ono to pôjde relatívne rýchlo. Mohol som zobrať toho čepl, by som mohol skúsiť aj s kokotmi. Za normálne okolnosti. Od zajtra už to pôjde rýchlo. Lebo robíš čepl, robíš Ransom Wood, ako som povedal. Robia sa 3 z 5. To znamená 60% šance. 60% šance dostaneš dungeon, ktorý môžeš robiť. To je solidná šanca. To ti vyjde na druhý pokus. A respektíve do 3 pokusov to dáš. A potom je samozrejme otázka, či to spraví s pičusmi, či budete mať heala, samozrejme, ale už keď nerobíš špeciálne 1, ale keď robíš 3, tak to už je o niečo úplne iné. To odsýpa, to sa to učí. To znamená, ja to zoberiem pol hodinku, zatiaľ na čierno. Lebo ja tu mám sardomy, 3 sardomy, toto potrebujem vyťukať tieto kontakty, potrebujeme sprasiť. Nebola česty, by som mal zobať a otvoriť. Čo z nich môže byť? Z tých nebol môžu byť nejaké veci. Aj sa to zobať teraz, otvoriť.
Day or night, there's always something to do. Quite a list of contracts, eh? You can handle them.
Máme dobré veci, čo? Budem musieť zobať toto. Nie vždy máš kvalitné vecičky.
That's big. Read each story and choose whichever one stands out.
Aj tu máme kvalitné. Môj bád.
All set. Best of luck out there.
Pozriem, čo z tých nebol. To nebol sa aj tak vždy berú. Je 375. Ale to vydali stovku, čo len dole. To si mi dali do toho, že? 220, mal som 120. To je dole. Než sa to potvárame trochu, uvidíme, čo z toho bude. Mal som ísť gáľne, takže prvý hnoj. Scale, triko, rezistencie, druhý hnoj. Great Sword of Banshee, totálny vrat. Blessed Templar Helma. Damn. Show Commander Boots. God damn. Fuck. Totálne hnoj som dostal. Damn it, man. To nevyšlo. Banshee and the damage bonus.
Black Anvil Forge, Bacant Banner, and written out of contract.
Vezme sa stranu troška, čo?
That looks really heavy. Leave it here.
Rýchlo si dal tá stranu troška, čo? Máš nechať zatiaľ tak, nechaj ich tam kvásiť. Takže tie beň nedali nič, ani pagodu. Trošku do veci. Títo kokoti zas čo robia? Čo robí do piče? Ty sú škorí v mozgu? Čo robia tie kokoty vždy? To, čo zoberiem, vždy začne vysierať. To nechce neuveriteľné. Neviem vydržať 1 hodinu, toľko potrebujem iba. Neviem 1 hodinu odsýpať, 1 hodinu točiť, tá kurva chorá. Tu nakúpime one. Koľko sa mi zmestí? 7 kontaktov? Bude viacej ako 7. Takže nakoniec to vychádza na tých, budem mať 10 kontaktov, no niečo viacej ako 10 návrh. Ale to Shadow Crypto to je trošku nešťastné, ale dázim kontakty na tej ostrovnom repertoári, bude to tam vylízať. Iba tak ležerne s klasikou a zoberiem kontakty v Shadow Crypte, aby sme ich vylízali tiež všetky. Oj, už keď sa nahromadia kontakty, tak to nie je úplný vejs, lebo v podstate vylizuješ kontakty, aby sa ti nehromadili do Oblivionu tam. Takže piču sme to skončili tak rýchlo, dobrý ste šmaci. To bolo dobré, poďme na to, poďme vylizovať. Nedostali sme nič, to nebola Conquest Chesty. Iba hlavné mákové, ktoré sme mohli rovno poslať do pagody. Čo sa dá robiť, je to neúprostný kšeft. Čo tam máme ešte za tie lojálne coiny? Je tu ešte niečo? The Rune Chance Chest, to je tiež pekné. Tu máš Artifact Selection Chest. To je celkom zaujímavá vecička. Takže pôjdeme na ostrov, zoberieme, robíme tie zvyšné kontakty, ktoré nám tam kvásia. Ako nie som nadšený, že idem zase robiť undeadov, ale... Má to kontakty, aspoň ich zúžitkujeme. Tu ešte máme pretolízačky. Takže budeme mať slušný počet. Bude slušný počet mákových petelíc. Toto ešte pozrieme, či náhodou to nebude. Ako mohol som to mať z krku, keby som mal totálny hajzlo v týme. Healer, ktorý nemá ani 20 000 života. 20 000 života je povinnosť v dvojkových. Koľko to nemá v trojkovom, to bol úplný pičus. Plus nehealoval vôbec, neviem čo to bolo za kokota. Úplný gašpar, chorý na brzgany vlád. Gašpar, chorý na brzgany. No a dokončíme tie misie. Ono je to v podstate jednoduché manko. Tieto misie dokončíme na 3 na Sarudome. Osem boďasov mi chýba, 8 bodíkov. Zvyšok zobujeme z toho pečivalstva. Zvojem si všetky Shadow Crypty misie, aby som ich mal pripravené. Koľko ich máme? 7? Máme 7 misií, to sa tam rozlustruje, tam vyťuká. Tuto ešte čakám na jednu baštu, petolízačov, jednu baštu. A sme tam. Takže v podstate môžeme tam ísť, môžeme to ísť vylizovať, koľko máme času, teraz to začalo. A potom si dá studeného držgroša, Ukáž. Ak to nebude ten dungeon, tak si hneď zbroj sústreného drž groša. Ja hneď zbroj sústrený drž groš. Poďme na to. Je to chore. Mohol som to mať z krku, ale to bol teaser iba. To bol obyčajný teaser. Nič viac, nič menej, to bol iba teaser. Veď prvé som dostal správne a nebol healer. Bol tzv. Chorý, narušený, podrbaný, falošný healer, ktorý sa hral na healera, aby našiel rýchlo dungeon. Hral sa na healera, aby rýchlo našiel dungeon a dúfal, že to nejako vylíže. No, falošní healy, to je to najhoršie z Berba. Najhoršia z Berba hajzlu. Falošného heala, keď dostaneš, tak ti garantujem, že nebudeš mať dobrý čas. Falošní healy sú jednoducho fatálny problém. Sú fatálny problém. Tuto nie sme ďaleko, za chvíľu ich nebudem musieť mať pustených. Ale oni sa mi zdá, že zbytočne zaťažujú systém. Toto sa mi zdá, že dosť vyžia tieto ich streamy. Už dali nejaké nové informácie? A ty si pičuska chorá, Lili, ty si pičuska. Ty čo robíš, to sú choré hajzloviny. Si chorá, Lili, si chorá. Teraz to potrvá extrémne dlho. To je šokujúce. Teraz to pôjdeva dlho, tá pačta. Plečinka mŕtvy, šedivka mŕtva. Je to tak. Zatiaľ nedali žiadne informácie o novom Battle Passi. Ako neznám od dôvodu si povedal, že to robiť zatiaľ nebudú. Bastardi chorí, navyšení vredovi.
Oh, howdy all. Grab yourself a drink. It is time for some Path of Exile 1 discussion. Patch 3.26.0D does not at first look like it's got anything much in it. However, the devil is in the details. This is one of the biggest interventions into a trade league that I think we've ever seen from Grinding Gear Games. So let's start out with what the minor stuff is at the start. There's a bunch of things related to Mercenaries League. We're definitely not going to go through all of this. A couple of worthy fixes like nerfs to the amount of damage that Shield Crush does when an enemy mercenary is using it, or nerfs to the amount of damage that an enemy mercenary does with Exsanguinate or Static Strike, a whole bunch of other sorts of skills along those lines. Pretty minor stuff. Then there's a couple of minor fixes that relate to challenges in 3.26, worthy fixes, but nothing that people would really notice, except for it just removing one little irritation that comes up late in the league. However, we then look down and we see the big two major lines. One of them is a change to the Orb of Unraveling, mechanical change to the way that players have discovered that it works. And the second one, much more significant, is a change to the way that 8 modifier corruptions work. So, originator influence maps, these are going to no longer drop when they're dropped by the 8 mod corruption Scarab. They're no longer going to drop with 8 guaranteed tier 17 mods. What does this mean? Well, tier 17 map mods, they just add more loot than the regular map mods do. They add more danger usually than the normal map mods do as well, but they add quite a lot more loot. And so all of the maps that are generated in the future as 8 modifier tier 16.5s, they're going to be weaker than the ones that were generated during week 2, and they're going to generate less loot than the ones that were created during week 2 as well. It's been interesting talking with people over on the Path of Exile 1 subreddit. A lot of people have been saying this is something Grinding Gear Games always do, and exploit early, exploit often, or miss out entirely. I don't actually think that's really the case. The recent practice along these lines has been to leave a lot of these major bugs in until the end of the league. To take an example, in patch 3.23 Affliction League, the league's economy was completely dominated by a bug/exploit, whatever you want to call it, that involved Stygian Spires spawning more loot-generating monsters if they fired more projectiles. And so what this meant was that players were incentivized to spec into Abyss and also to grab additional projectiles by any means available to these Stygian Spires. The only thing Grinding Gear Games addressed during the actual 3.3 league itself was the private league modifier that granted multiple projectiles to all monsters in the entire game, because this was generating more loot and it ended up being a paid advantage. but all of the other uses of this bug/exploit to generate more loot, all of them were left in play for the entirety of patch 3.23. Exactly the same thing happened in Freesia League as well. In Freesia League, there was a Rogue Exile related idle mod that stacked quadratically with more copies of itself. So you had one copy of the idle mod, it had 1 times the effect. If you had 2 copies of it, then each one had double effect. So it was like you had 4 times the effect. If you had 3 copies of this mod, then you ended up with 9 times the effect. And if you had the maximum possible 4 copies of this mod, you ended up with 16 times the effect. Essentially, this particular modifier double dipped, and this completely transformed the entirety of the Trade League economy. However, while it was noticeable that Affliction League was popular with a lot of players, this was not the case the second time one of these very similar sorts of bugs/exploits that just generated a lot more loot came about. And Freesia League ended up really falling off in popularity pretty soon after this bug/exploit was discovered and was widely communicated around the player base. So with that in mind, Grungy Games have decided, no, we're not having it again in 3.6, and they've decided they're going to intervene. Some people are going to love this, some people are going to hate this, and I do think a lot of people are going to say this is terrible because it generates a legacy wealth gap. And if I wanted a legacy wealth gap, I would play it in standard. For those of you that aren't familiar with standard, there's a couple of really broken items that exist there that were actually quite easy to get at various points in Path of Exile's history, like the first incarnation of the Vessel of Ingdar unique flask. This is arguably the single most powerful item that's ever existed in Path of Exile 1. And that's when you consider its value over a replacement item in the build. This thing is absolutely off the chart broken. It pretty much makes it so that you can't die except to being one shot. 30% of lightning damage leech has both life and mana during the effect, and life and mana leech are instant during the effect. This applies to spells as well as applying to attacks. It is just off the charts the level of power that this item has. This is something that was relatively easy to get your hands on at one point in Prospect's history, but now no more of them can exist. For some people, this is the appeal of standard. There's a section of the player base that like the fear of missing out / pride in not having missed out, that this sort of concept of legacy items and legacy wealth, and that this really gels for. However, there's also a lot of players that really understand it, and I think it is the case that it is the majority that prefer something that's more of a level playing field, which is why standard exists and why it's a minor section of the player base. We're going to have a similar sort of thing existing in the middle of this trade league as a result of this change. The second major change that's happening, and this is lower in importance, but is still pretty significant. The Orb of Unraveling had been tested by players and had been discovered that it was able to upgrade crafted modifiers into higher tier versions of themselves. This is also getting patched, so this is no longer going to be the case. There's a number of things in Path of Exile where there's an interaction that players discover work a certain way, and we just have no idea whether it's accurate or not, because Grungy Games don't really provide that sort of documentation. To take one example here, there is a harvest craft that allows you to turn a fire resistance modifier into a comparable level lightning resistance modifier. How is this going to work if you use it on a set of gloves that have the incursion exclusive modifier 46 to 48% fire resistance and additional damage to burning enemies? Well, players have tested this and they've discovered that if you do use this craft on that, then it will change it into the lightning incursion modifier that's quite similar. However, I don't think that that's something that players should necessarily expect to always work that way. It's just what we've tested and what we've discovered is the way that it works. Well, we tested the Orb of Unraveling, it worked a certain way. Then Grungy Games has said, okay, that's far different to what we anticipated, and as a result, we're going to intervene on this one. There's a fair bit of precedent for this, and there's also precedent for things being left around until the end of the league. To take one example of a precedent where there was a change that was made that was very high impact to an existing crafting method, I want to talk about when the Awakener's Orb was introduced. When the Awakener's Orb was introduced, it respected metamods on the item that was reforged. So you would click item 1, you'd click item 2, item 2 would be reforged, it would take an item from the donor modifier from item 1, and it would also keep any modifiers that were protected by metamods that were on item 2. This was hotfixed out within a week of the Awakening Orb going live. And there were a number of items that were created during that week that could not be replicated until patch 3.18 came along and introduced recombinators. At that point, those items were able to be created, but some of the influence mods by then had gone legacy. So there's a number of items that realistically the only time you could ever make them was during that first week. There was also another example that I can think of where a crafting orb had its functionality changed after Grinding Games thought something was a bug. This was the Tainted Divine Teardrop. When it was introduced in Scourge League, there was a narrow window, and this one was very narrow, where you could use it to elevate a modifier from Tier 1 Influence mod pool up to the Tier 0 Maven Orb exclusive. Nowadays we call that Orb of Dominance exclusive to that modifier tier. So that was something that could be done with a Tainted Divine Teardrop. Now, even with how rare Tainted Divine Teardrops are, that was not Grinding Games' intention. But players have tested the orb and found out that was the way it worked. So, essentially, there's a bit of a precedent for this happening, but it's pretty rare. And most of the time that a craft works in a counterintuitive way, it's left in place. For example, some of those incursion shenanigans that we were talking about with Harvest Resist swaps. Anyways, the Orb of Unraveling is getting a mid-league nerf. This is going to mean that all crafting done with Orbs of Unraveling for the rest of the league is going to be weaker than crafts that are being done in the last few days. Again, this is going to have a big impact, but probably less so than the 8 modifier corruption outcome is going to have, because all of the best maps that will ever be run in 3.26, all of them have now already been created. Now, all of this then flows into the video that I put out yesterday my time, but probably today for a lot of you, on the Trade League economy and how it had been really shaken up by the shift from Tier 17s to Tier 16.5s. This is going to partially undo that. Actually, I think the market's already overcorrected a bit. There was a big panic selling of Divine Orbs in response to this news. And the last I checked, the Divine Orb to Chaos Orb ratio had actually gone back under 190. I don't think that's going to hold. I think it will still end up that it'll be more than 200 once everything settles. But the shift away from Tier 17s and into Tier 16.5s is going to be ameliorated by this change. I do think we are still going to see a decreased demand for Tier 17 re-rolling as a result of all the changes we've seen here. It's just that it's going to be a slower, more measured change than what was the case yesterday. Anyways, all to go through there, this is definitely going to be a controversial patch. There will be people who hate it, there will be people who love it, and it'll be very interesting to see how this goes and how it compares to the results when Grinding Games made the exact opposite events in the Asia League, and it led to a huge exodus from that event. I'm going to leave it there. May your cartography scarabs of corruption have interesting results, and please don't use a Valor on your patch notes.
Hi, Luzern here with Trash or Treasure. I don't know. I want to make a item review series.
Ešte to nemám. God damn. Som skoro tam. No, 4 zlaté jabka sme dali. Čtyři zlaté jabka. Nie je zlé, a? Ale. Čaká nás Divine Beast v istej sfére. Ale ono to pôjde už viacej vylízané. Teraz sú isté informačné šarlatánstvo. Sme získali jedno zlaté jabko. 5 zlatých jabiek. Nie zlé 5 zlatých jabiek. Je na čmákom troška servátky. Dneska teda to odsypa. Náš neprospech. A to sa stáva, to už je tá klasická báčkovacia tematika, ktorá si vyžaduje samozrejme. Takže budeme mať minimálne 10, o niečo viac ako 10 misií sa bude lustrovať, čo je solidný tabak. Všetci to vieme. Ešte tu sú tu nejaké stromy, neviem, či ich stihneme. A 5 zlatých jabiek sme získali. 5 jabol žrutov. Päť zlatých jabiek. Takže... No. 5 zlatých jabiek. 2,5 hodiny. Dve a pol hodiny v zlatých jabkách. 2,5 hodiny v zlatých jabkách. No to sme už skončili. Si vypnutí, si poslali do pagody, už nebudete tu kvasiť. Chorí v radári. Už ideme dať naspäť našeho šmaka. Našeho skutočného mázca. Ty boja, skutočný mázec. Z piči sú chorí. No. Takže zobrali sme všetky. Za chvíľu samozrejme príde ten tabak.
Anything heavy, just leave it with me.
Neviem, čo by sme tam dali. Je to také uvažovanie, čo by sme tam dali. Ale keď si pozrieme ten tabak, neviem, tak šanca nie je taká má ako... Ak tam dá niečo zlé, ak tam dá bind, alebo debuff duration, alebo hit šancu, je to 50-50. Ak tam dá hit šancu, bind, alebo debuff, no idem na čumákomu trošku obedu. Gogo, ty bačkorka. Aj ty lízal. Dneska to neodsýpá, to má. Už to vyzeralo nádejne, že hneď na začiatku nájdeme to, čo potrebujeme. A potom sme zistili, že máme falošného heala. A išiel som do riti. Môžem osať. Skurvený falošný healer. Ja si nemyslím, že to dali. S tým falošným healerom. Aj náhodou. Aj náhodou.
Don't come with me. Anything heavy, just leave it with me.
Ako s tým falošným healerom neexistuje.
Bye.
To bolo extrémny
Take a
falošný
look
healer.
around before you set off.
On má hlava neskutočne narezané.
Tell us about this. It's been around for a while. Well, some of you may not know this. For those that don't, oh man, are you guys in for a surprise? At least I was. I was like, dude, heck yeah, and it makes complete sense with the developers of Fallout 76. And yeah, they actually spilled some beans over what's going to be coming in the future. Check this out. We're going to talk about this more after I show you all this stuff.
You already said it yourself, but it's one of the best gaming communities out there. It's like when I've gone in and played and had no idea what I was doing, so many people were willing to come. Hey, come with me. Let me help you. Let me show you this. Let me give you that. So just keep doing what you're doing.
And it's only going to get better.
Oh, I can't
It's
wait.
only going to get better between you and I.
Yeah.
So
Let me see this.
take off your headphones. Between you and I, end of this year, we have probably the biggest update to Fallout 76 ever, which I'm not going to talk about.
Okay.
However, I'm going to roll it back a few months and let's talk about the fall. After Gone Fishing in the fall, our builders can expect a really cool update that gives them more tools to build, makes it easier to build. It's a patch dedicated to our builders, so keep an eye out for that. We're only getting started here, folks. We're only getting started.
Okay. Can we get a like in the video for that? By the way, Paris, if you're watching this, thank you so much for interviewing them. And, you know, I don't know what came over in their minds to say this, but hey, they said it. And yeah, this is some powerful news right here, guys. This is really big news. And this is how they announced this news, through this interview. They didn't make like an Inside the Vault article over this huge update coming or a trailer about this yet. I'm sure they will sometime in the future. So yeah, they announced this pretty quietly. They said, in their words, the biggest update yet. Actually, let me replay that. What exactly did they say?
We have probably the biggest update to Fallout 76 ever.
Okay, ever. Now, think about all the large updates and patches and things they've done in the past. There's been some pretty big ones. What the heck are they adding? I'm super excited, and it makes perfect sense why they're adding this huge updates around the time they said, because as some of you may know, at the end of this year, we're also expecting the second season to the Fallout TV show. And what did the Fallout TV show bring to Fallout 76? It increased its numbers by a lot. So many different new people came to Fallout 76 to check it out. I actually made a video over it in the past of the exact statistics. You know what? Let me pull up that whole video just to figure out.
Ty pôjdeš do pagody, chlapina. Ty pôjdeš do pagody.
How many new players we got? Now, since the recent release of the Fallout TV show, Fallout 76 is getting a huge spike in
It is.
concurrent players. It's actually the highest it's ever been
on Steam. I don't know what the analytics are for, consoles, but check this out. Recently, it was at this number, right? 39,434 all-time peak. It peaked its highest it's ever been. As you can see, the date on this is from March 15, 2024 to April 15, 2024. So a little after the Fallout TV show came out, Fallout 76 spiked, which makes sense. And it's not done increasing. Look at this. It's increased now to 40,398 concurrent players. That is amazing. And this is just on Steam. So we're going up, guys. Fallout 76 is going up.
So yeah, that was the stats. And rewinding that a bit, if you look at the bottom, the last 30 days, game plus 3,504.2, a plus 58.64%. It went from 12,222 in March 2024 up to 40,398 players in April of 2024. Wow. Concurrent players, like they're logging in and playing. Yeah, that's insane. So they're expecting a big increase again when the Fallout TV show officially releases. So they want players to stick around. So I guess they've been working on this huge update they have planned for Fallout 76 on the back burner for a big surprise for when the Fallout TV show comes out. And it's supposed to be, once again, its biggest update yet. So now let's talk about that. What could be bigger than the Wastelanders update? I'm thinking, personally, it's going to be a whole new area we're going to be exploring. Like a whole new area. We're going to go to this new area, and there's going to be tons of different locations for us to explore. Now, that's one possibility. We could, travel over to Norfolk or something and find the Enclave base. I don't know. That's just one possibility. Also, another possibility is they could be opening up this section of the map across from Point Pleasant. There's plenty of room over in this section. Loads of room. They got a lot of room to work with over here. So they could add tons of new locations, a whole new storyline for us, and stuff like that. But I don't think that's going to be the case because we've already got something like that. It's going to be something bigger than the Skyline Valley DLC. They said their biggest update ever. Those are some, once again, powerful words. We got the Skyline Valley DLC. We already got a map expansion before. So it's going to be something bigger than that. Maybe it'll be a bigger expansion than what the Skyline Valley DLC is. And what could be bigger than that is a whole new section. Like we have this whole West Virginia section already, right? It could be just a whole new area we go to. Travel by boat to it, or use a vertibird or something to get over to this whole new area we can go to explore at and experience the storyline. Be able to place our camps over here. It's just a whole new area to explore. That's being really optimistic. It does have to be something bigger than all the other updates we got. It could just be a bigger map expansion than what we got with Skyline Valley DLC. It could just further expand this side of the map, like what they did with the Skyline Valley DLC, and add tons of new locations, camp spots, storyline, of course, side quests, and stuff like that. They could also be planning on crossplay too, but that's not going to be bigger than the Wastelanders DLC. So I think that could be something they could be adding as well with this future update. It's just hard to think about what could be their biggest update ever. We've gotten tons of different kinds of updates. I think if it is going to be something like Skyline Valley, it's going to be way larger because we've already got Skyline Valley. We actually got the Skyline Valley DLC around the TV show was coming out for the Fallout season. And, well, obviously that didn't work out in their favor because the concurrent players ended up dropping.
Asi to päätä jäi,
Something
asi
that
missä
they're hoping will keep players hooked. I'm also hoping for some
Asi päätä yhden jätöksen.
some guy, maybe some nuclear winter or something, but I doubt that's gonna happen. But hey, who knows? Maybe it's something seasonal we could have, like Fosnot. We get Fosnot all the time. Maybe we can get like a seasonal freaking nuclear winter.
Kun stále môžem povedať, ale byl tam
Maybe we
nepocen.
could have some kind of like
A pocen
smaller
sa aj to
action.
tučí.
I don't know. It's just something extra and
Very good.
fun to experience a multiplayer Fallout with you guys goes. I know most players who play Fallout are in it for the story, for myself included. But hey, playing some multiplayer like PvP against each other is also pretty fun. The PvP is just broken in the actual adventure mode. There's a lot of spamming, new control of quantum, just a lot of spamming. But hey, if they added something where you can't really spam stuff like nuclear winter again or something like that, I can see players being interested in playing that. every now and then. But yeah, I would love to know your guys' thoughts on what they are adding. Please, guys, brainstorm with me. They're going to be adding some kind of whole new section for us to explore. I think they are going
Sure,
to
man.
be the enclave. I really do. Because we haven't seen the enclave actual human NPCs in the game. And that was something that was going to be a possibility in the Sky of the Valley.
Ja chcę sobie vyskúšať to druhé.
I figured out how to get into the enclave section they had planned underneath
Toto
Travis
vyskúšame.
camp. You enter like the brown house over there, and there's like the secret enclave bunker they had planned. I did that in a public test server, and they removed that enclave bunker completely. Apparently, they didn't want the players to see that quite yet, and this could be something they're going to be re-adding in the game. But obviously, this is going to be the only thing with the update if they do add this enclave bunker again. There's going to be something much larger than just going around an enclave bunker. That's no brainer. But yeah, I think they're going to be adding an enclave storyline, a whole new section for us to explore around in, and maybe cross-play and who knows what. But obviously, they got big plans to hopefully get players to stick around in the next Fallout season. Obviously, they want players to stick around because in the end, the game is business, and the more players that stick around are going to be helping their business. They have some big plans, and I can't wait to know what they're going to be adding. As some of you may know, they did just add an Inside the Vault article about upcoming combat and perk changes. They're doing lots of combat changes. They're like rebalancing pretty much everything to do with combat. And they're rebalancing and also changing up a lot of perks too. If you guys don't know about this, I'll read the gist of it. I'm not going to read everything out of this. I mean, look how much changes they are doing with combat. I'm still scrolling. Still scrolling. This would just drag the video on way too long. If you're interested in this, though, feel free to check the description down below. I'll have a link to this article if you want to check it out. Yeah, they're adding lots of changes, not just with combat and perks. Some have to be updated stuff too, of course. They're always adding. But yeah, mainly this update, the next update they're doing is just a huge combat rebalance and perk changes. I'll go ahead and read the gist off here at the top, if you guys don't know. In the Golden Fish patches earlier this month, we provided an update on how we built the combat rebalancing project we started last year so far. We also mentioned in that article that we have 3 more substantial updates to solidify the foundation of combat for the future content we have planned. Heck yeah, where they have planned is massive, as we just talked about. Anyways, today we wanted to give them an early look at the combat rebalancing work that will arrive at the next public session. We'll have more information for you about when this BTS will be announced today. The draft combat balance adjustment has a strong focus on improving the experience of using weapons both in and out of battle, as well as providing a significant boost to underperforming weapons. Some favorite highlights include significant increases in melee weapon damage, boost the damage over time effect, and actual weapons dealing with the player's level. Changes to the battle formula and improved main and field. Adjustments have also been made.
Tepe žovna chlapina, tepe žovna.
Giving you more confidence that the weapons you want to play with will work across the wasteland. Due to these changes, we also have been making targeted health and resistance adjustments to some of Appalachia's most prolific enemies, including but not limited to super power armor and ballistics. These creatures will now also have a new contrasting resistance to better highlight the strengths and weaknesses versus each damage type. Since this is one of the largest numeric shifts that Fallout 76 combat has gone through, we'll be on the lookout for potential adjustments, both within the present and future patches. So you have loads of combat rebalancing and perk changes, guys. Next update. And obviously they have something planned with combat too. So they could be adding a raid along with this huge update they got planned in the end of the year, maybe around December or November, I'm assuming. But they haven't exactly confirmed when it's going to be coming out. I hope they don't delay it because I really think it will help players stick around, especially if they do it right around when the numbers start spiking again from the Fallout TV show. But, if they do have to delay it to help better the outcome of releasing, then that's what they got to do. But obviously, they've been planning this out for a while. Obviously, they're not making the biggest update ever within a couple months. They've been planning this out for a while, probably behind the scenes knowing when the second season of the Fallout TV show would be done or around this time. They've definitely been.
Piči sa ma nevyhodia, čo? Chore vránače.
We're going to be making the biggest update ever within 5 months, guys. No, they've been working on this for a while in the background. I can guarantee it. Especially knowing how they removed that filter a while back ago. It's probably something that has to do with this future update as well. But yeah, love to hear your guys' thoughts again about this. I'm out of here though. As always,
Chore vránače.
appreciate y'all taking the time, watching and listening. Until next time.
Chore vránače ma nevyhodia. Extrémne chore vránače. Tie berkanty nebudú tak skoro, lebo neviem chytiť ten dungeon. Ako mal som ho na prvý pokus, ale kurva chora falošný healer. Kurva chora falošný healer. Falošná bastardská sračka. Komplikovalo situačnú aféru. Falošný bastard. Falošný bastard. Konečne vy chore kurvy, neviete ma ani vyhodiť. Tak ste sprosté. Sáčky náhnité z mentálneho kalibru vredu. Stihneme ešte jeden? Fucking hell. Stihli by sme zase za tento hnoj. Hovorím, pokiaľ nebude mať brvenie, pokiaľ nedropnem, tak sa dáva ten pič. Nebo on ten ostov mi vyhovuje. On mi vyhovuje, lebo tam získavaš tie one. Je na jedlo. Ja väčšinou robím aj tak Sarudomu. A tam získaš pekné boosty na tom Sarudomu, pekné boosty. Pekné boosty. Získala solné bobany. Nestihol som aj toto. No. Trošku nemasné, no, trošku nemasné. Snažíme sa nejako dostať z tohto hnísu, z tohto bredu, z tejto fantasmagórie. A nie je to jednoduché, samozrejme, nie je to jednoduché. Nie je to jednoduché, je to také bastardstvo trochu, je to trochu bastardstvo, no. Trochu bastardské. Berkáte, nezaženieš, čo? Asi ne. Kde sa bodíkov do Perception, nás pekne vylíže. Pekne nás vylíže. Pekne nás vylíže, 10 bodíkov do Perception, nám to buff duration naspäť na tých percent trochu. Čiže samozrejme nič, že je to vylízané, ale tak... $10,000. A teraz potrebujem kejtnúť. 6,000. Katie budú silnejšie z určitosti. Ja. Katie má silnejšie ako double attack šanca. Už teraz. Neviem, že je tam nejaký masívne veľký rozdiel, ale je tam rozdiel asi. Povedal by som, že si silnejší asi o 10%. 10-20%. To znamená double attack dá 10,000 a crit village za 12. No a 20% dáme tomu, okolo 20% silnejšie crity. Čiže logické je strašne veľa, máme vylízané veci.
Menu tribe should be here soon. Menu tribe should be here soon.
Indeed. It's fascinating how it seems to show up at certain times.
We're the healing shore for Menu tribe.
Teraz si ma vyhodili v Ihnove, nie na začiatku.
Right. We'll get those
Si ma nevyhodili vôbec v Ihnove. Vredy chore. Nabrzganí chorí jedinci. Potrbanci.
Mimikry has finally arrived.
An amazing creature. It willingly absorbs so much contamination, despite how painful it is.
Mimikry is so powerful. I hear it's even keeping the red fog from spreading further.
We'll do our best. It's the least we can do to show our gratitude.
All right, enough planning. Get ready.
Tell other adventurers too. We'll need all the help we can get.
Ja dám ešte potenciálnych 9 bodov.
Understood.
Každý týždeň mám ešte plus za tie hnoje. Destiny bandery sa dajú predať. Nestimajde. Tak zase dojdu s jedlom. Nemôžu dojsť do tej pol jednej. Alebo 20 aspoň. Presne o 12. Alebo 11:55. Dokážeme na seba dostať.
The divine beast Miniatrite flies all over Telonta, absorbing the red
dám,
cleansing the land. It is our duty to help heal the wounds that Miniatrite has suffered from the fall. The Lightbringer Society wizards will use their magic to focus on treating Miniatrite's wounds. In the meantime, we ask that you collect clear ichor from surrounding moisture.
Some monsters produce a substance called clear ichor, which has special regenerative properties that help resist the red fog's effects. If we can collect enough of this substance in the remedy mixer, we can use it to heal Miniatrite.
If you have trouble getting to the remedy mixer, find me or Lauren in the swamp. We'll be happy to transport your clear ichor for you.
Kde? No ďaleko. To je isto. Čo najvedové je... To Shadow Crypta, goddammit. Mám to sve misí v tej Shadow Crypte, čiže zoberiem jeden pouch. To je OK. Vezme 600 na prvú várku. To je tučná. A neviem, či je dosť ľudí na to, že si dostali cez prvú várku. Vyzerá to tak všelijako. Je dosť ľudí.
They've detected a spike in the red fog energy settling over the swamp. When the red fog is thick, strong water vapor will be released throughout the swamp. Use the swamp outlets for quick travel.
Koľko máme? Najlepšie dosť seniority na tie ďalšie várky. Najlepšie dosť seniority. Najlepšie dosť seniority na to. Či máme na to krúvy? Podľa mňa nemáme. A kedy bude ďalšia? Ďalšia už nebude, bude o 10. O 10. špičke. Ťažko povedať, či máme dosť grúvy. A ďalšie tabaky. Ale potom tie berkaty dneska spraviť, roztočiť ich, aby sme išli rýchlejšie a efektívnejšie tie ostatné škrekočky. Tam by som odomkol v tých berkantoch asi 2 škrekočky. Sať na to. Odomkli by sme a v tých berkantoch by sme odomkli kritickú šancu ako prvú, jednoznačne by som chcel. A druhú heavy attack šancu, aj keď neviem, či chcem tú heavy attack šancu popravde. A nebudem odomýkať nič, dáme iba jednu. Dám iba jednu prvú heavy attack šancu a skúsime to kritickú šancu a skúsime ju samozrejme burcovať. No ako som povedal, ten bonus je síce fajn z toho doubla, ale ten bonus je síce fajn, ale z toho heavy attack šance, ten bonus je solidný, taký gašpar, áno. Nie sú tam lepšie škrekočky, ktoré sme mohli aplikovať z nejakých opačných strán, že by sme to vypli. No a to je Assassin's Step. Toto je dobrá vec. Murderous Energy now enhances poison thunderous effect from daggers by 50%. But decreases their duration by 5 seconds. That's fine. To be honest, that's fine. 50%. Potent toxins, that's good. Actually. It's actually in the first mojo.
Goodness. Crisis averted.
That's actually pretty good. Duration by 5 seconds.
We healed a good amount of damage thanks to your help.
It's still good, I think.
Please channel your energy into the healing.
Ale se budeme muset pozvat, no.
We'll keep collecting materials to help with our healing efforts. We appreciate your help. We'll set up a leaf magic circle for your convenience.
Jedine, že vy, čo máme v tých prvých?
Because many casualties. We need your help to care for the wounded.
A toto nechcem vlastne ani. Critical damage is decreased by 5%. No, toto nechcem. No, tieto nechcem. No, toto nechcem, tieto tak. Respektíve ten heal nechcem. Určite ne. Crit damage o 5% dole. Nejdu do riti. To budem musieť prešestrovať. O 5% dole crit damage. To budem musieť prejsť na to Murderous Energy. Duration pôjde o 5 sekúnd dole, ale o 50% efektovaná sila, čiže dole. Nemusíme im mať dlhé aj tak. Stačí, že boli silnejšie. A to budem musieť prešestrovať na to DV. To treba prešestovať. Ako heal je pekná vec, 5%, ale za žiadnych okolností, za žiadnych. Si nejde znižovať kritickú šancu. Za žiadnych okolností nejdeme znižovať kritickú šancu o 5%. Poďte do riti, ja potrebujem stekovať kritické šance, nie ich znižovať. Môžem ostať vaše healingy s kritou. Tam mám zlý bodík nastavený. Tam mám zlý bodík nastavený, zlý boďas. Zlý boďas je tam. Ako krytý o 5% na... Poďte dojti. Čo ste za piči suchových? O 5% krytý dole, no jasne. Teraz sú kryty pevne extrémne dôležité. Kryty sú základ, kryty sú core. Za žiadnych okolností nevedeme znižovať kritické crit damage. Za žiadnych, takže to tweaknem. To fixneme. 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 Tvrdá rázne. Ako crit damage o 5% dole, čo ste ostatní. Pôjdeme na tie silové. Znižíme si síce duration o 5 sekúnd, ale budú o 50% silnejšie tie veci. Fuck. Zabudnite. Tam to mám zle nastavené. Prenastavím. Zmeníme tam nejaké veci. To jedno zmeníme. To, čo mi znižuje crit damage, musí ísť úplne do pagody. Absolútne do pagody. Z žiadnych okolností sa nejdeme znižovať crit damage. Z žiadnych okolností sa nemôžem znižovať crit damage. Už keď som pochopil, ako funguje crit, ja som si nevšimol tam ten decrease crit damage, pravdepodobne. Lebo crit damage znižovať nechcem silu, ani náhodou. To im muselo uniknúť. To nie je dobré. Môžem osať healing nepotrebujem. To je crit damage. No. Budeme mať skoro 1800, 1750. 1800 dáme. Počkaj, povedal.
Minion Triton in danger! Defeat Carcass, so Minion Triton can get ready to take flight.
Dám. Tu máme 20. Ale teda to je odovzdať tomu pičusovi. To záver. To zase nestihne. Asi jo. Stihneme to? A ešte dáme tieto dva. Tieto 4. A 1834.
Well done, everyone. Minion Triton's wounds look much better.
A ty dostávaš... Dostávaš ešte hovno mákové.
Hot soon. We'll need to keep our distance. It's dangerous to be too close when it takes flight.
Aj to idem vybaviť. Ideme nejaké veci vylizať. Aj to treba vybaviť. No treba vybaviť, no. Z tohto môžu byť zlaté jabka, že? Z týchto vec môžu byť zlaté jabka. Môžu, ale tá šanca mizíva, že to bude zlaté jabko. Mizíva, že to bude zlaté jabko, no.
Thanks, you. We hope we can rely on you if Minion Triton needs our aid again.
Nič, potrebujem toto ako prvé vylizať. Oni tie veci sú strašne drsné. Ako toto trón sa vždy dá točiť, len trón sa dostaneš do stavu, keď si vylizaný, ako už nepotrebuješ ho viacej točiť. Počkaj, to nestekuje. To sú dve rozdielne. Precious Ore Selection Chest. Sú dve rozdielne. Čo mám z tých Battle Passov? Klasickú iba, hej? Precious Ore. Dobre, tak tie budem získať viacej. Asi. No nič, to nemá zmysel, toto otvoríme. Neviem, odkiaľ mám tieto tej. Aj tak vždy červené sa budú brať, tí mám vždy najmenej. A tie padajú vždy najmenej. Dobre, treba toto fixnúť. Potrebujeme tam dostať toto. Debuff duration, nová generácia. Ale toto tu je, takže toto stačí otvoriť. Kokotiny sú tam, ale... Sú kokotiny. Aj toto je sračka. Fuck, on sú kokotiny. Áno. Idem tam. To sú kokotiny, to je problém. Neviem, čo tam dám. Asi ten debuff duration tam dáme a znižíme si regeneráciu života. Nič lepšie tam není.
Just tell me if it's difficult to organize. Just tell me if it's difficult to organize.
Nič, dáme tam tú debuff duráciu. Znižíme si regeneráciu života, čo mi nevadí, ale ja sa nič robiť. Nič lepšie tam nie, tie ostatné sú ešte väčšie sračky. Nič lepšie tam nie. A toto naozaj musí ísť preč. Toto musí ísť preč. Toto je OK, to sú cooldowny. Cooldown a magic evasion, whatever. Toto je OK, to je whatever. Ale toto musí ísť preč. Prečo to chce ísť preč?
Just tell me if it's difficult to
God damn it! Stojí mi to nápojené. Toto sa potom zbaviť, god damn. Ale keď dáme toto všetko preč, nemôžem dať preč. To mi otvára toto. Môžem dať do tohto.
leave your materials here.
To stále nemôže ísť preč, táto pičovina. Prečo? Čo ho drží? Táto pičovina?
Just tell me if it's difficult to organize.
Čo ho drží? Čo ho drží? Prečo mi to nechce pustiť? Ja neviem, čo ho drží, ale som z tohto frustrovaný. Bo toto ho nedrží.
Just tell me if it's difficult to organize.
Čo ťa drží do piče? Man, čo drží tú kurvu? Prečo to nechce pustiť? Čo ho drží? Tu mi to išlo zobrať. Čo ho drží? Počkaj, ja nechcem toto zobrať vlastne. Ja chcem zobrať toto. Ale toto nejde.
Just tell me if it's difficult to organize.
Ja neviem, čo ho drží, niečo ho drží. Čo? Toto chcem zobrať. Ja neviem, čo ho drží, ale je to depresívne. Neviem sa zbaviť tej kokotiny. Potrebujem to dať preč. Mi znižuje kryty o 5%, to je úplne hnoj. To je hnoj. To celé resetnem asi.
Leave your materials here. Yes, anything. Just tell me if it's difficult to organize.
Ja neviem, čo tam môže držať, nedáva to zmysel. No nič do piče. Akurát teraz, keď som potreboval vyšmudiť, tak zrazu to nájde. Zrazu to nájde. Čo ma chytilo? What the hell? Nemôžem znižovať kričancu o 5%. Imbecilovia. To zás není healer. Hello? Čo je dneska? What the hell? Neviem, ja to budem musieť celé resetnúť od základov. Ja budem musieť stiahnuť všetky body. Tie vrchné stiahnem, zistím. Tie vrchné to blokujú podľa mňa. Neviem, čo to blokuje, nedáva to zmysel. Musím zistiť, čo to blokuje. Nemôžem mať kryty slabšie o 5%. To žiadnych okolností. Neprichádza do úvahy. Môžem mať kryty slabšie. Víš, celé to resetne a pôjdeme od základov. Pôjdeme od piky. Ako ma to mohlo chytiť? What the fuck? Oh man. Hvala pánu, že snáď to posledný Berkan to ja objem. Snáď Berkan už bude mizivý počet kát. No. Ak to vyjde, čo by malo, tak máme Berkanty. Postavíme tie ryťolízače. Dáme tam kritickú šancu.
Who is it this time? I'll give you the curse of eternal torment.
Dva mŕtvi.
I'll give you the curse of eternal torment. I'll give you the curse of eternal torment.
A posledný pokus na Berkanty. Takže prvé nevyšli boli Fieldy generála. A ďalšie fantovo v Breachej. Takže je tu maximálny život. Budem to feedovať. Budem to feedovať na blessingy.
You appear to be way down.
Budem to feedovať na blessingy. Bude to feedovať na blessingy? Asi to bude feedovať na blessingy sa na to. Má to blessing. Môžem použiť ten blessing. Ešte nie. A má to blessing. Tu mám ranged evasion. Mám niečo na ranged evasion, že by som tam použil blessing? Nemám, ale môžem odomknúť druhú časť milie, čo môžete. Mám tam blessing. Môžeme uznúť blessing, keď bude treba. Dobre, potrebujeme ešte teraz tieto odchytiť, takže v podstate už to máme. Už máme. Zvoľať Battle Pass, Royalista, Purchase. Easy chauvinismus. Počty. Všetko sme dostali. Toto. Je to kokotiny, ja neviem. To je chore. Ako teraz dostaneme tieto hnisy. Nič to treba otvárať. To sú rozličné bedne, proste. Tí kokoti dali.
We came here to look for the legendary treasure buried on the island. But we were forced to split up by these reptilians.
Oni dali rozličné sračky.
Adventurer, I ask of you, please find the other merchants.
Len tak chore, oni dali rozličné sračky. To sú dve rozličné druhy, lebo sú kokoti. Ja to budem otvárať všetko na červené. Aj tak vždy, ak budem niečo potrebovať, maximálne červené. Prípada mi to vždy waste, lebo ono je to waste. Červené sú vzácne ako hovno a ty to použiješ na žlté alebo zelené. To je waste.
Oh, thank you, adventurer. You managed to
To je
find
chorý
the
waste.
merchants. We're in your debt.
To je chorý waste. To je to čo? Je to chorý waste. Accept. Ostaje za Miro butik. Neužitočné sračky to dáva. Život 62 miliheavy, tak šance to zvýšil. Len to resetneme a uvidíme, ako sa to bude vyvíjať. Tá systematika. Odtiaľ to bude musieť sa vypariť. Tu už o tom veci. Dám mu trochu damage a odchádza. Nesiel som ho ísť. Fucking hell. Ešte chvála pánu, že toto asi prežil. A potrebujem Void Stalker, brnane. Dostali sme ho? Nedostali. Prvý pokus nevyšiel. Plne v pagode. Prvý pokus. Oblivion Rise sme dostali. Tak keď som chcel tohto vylizovať, on sa dá predať, on sa dá rozšrotovať. To sme Oblivion Rifle. Také trošku šovinistické, dostávame veci, ale také trošku mákové. Trošku mákové. Ale dáme dnu veci, dáme dnu pagody. Toto sa nám trošku nahromadili šovinizmy. Ale poďme smerovi, najprv tie zbrane vybavíme. Stali sme zase nejaké šovinizmy. Máme tie coiny. Ty, aby sa to automaticky napojilo? Ono to automaticky dalo dnu? Tie kokotiny? No to automaticky použilo. Som si myslel, že to nepoužíva automaticky, ale očividne hej, asi. Tieto čo? To môžeme tam mať zatiaľ, aj keď oni to by som mohla tak otvárať. Z toho nič nebude. Dostali sme to báčko k Vekyho. Ako sme na tom tu. Vodíky sme zinkasovali, ale... Len to automaticky pridá asi. To otvoríme. Možno z toho budú nejaké lízely. Tak ne, je to tu, je to tu. A ono to zmizne, tak za chvíľu. Ono to má premyslené, tie kurvíkové. Bastardy narušené. Koľko nám bodíkov, koľko nám bodesov? Už máme 3, 9, 8, ďalšie to lízne. Jo, je toho premyslené, ono to zmizne aj tak. Takže to je... Budem musieť tvrdo točiť, čo je problém, že budem musieť tvrdo točiť. Skurvysyni, Už dorazíme všetky. Toto otvoríme, zoberieme z toho klasický setup. Zoberieme z toho DG, Great Sword. Dáme dnu nejaké pantofle. Ako zatiaľ tako tieto ory, dajme tomu, sú tam, vylizujú sa. Ešte tu niečo je. Že Royal Stars vybrali celý. A máme 740 kryštálov, holy fucker. Tak tam nám museli dať aj peknú várku kryštálov. Máme 740, ty kokos. To znamená... Koľko týchto zinkasujeme? Dosť veľa. Takých to bude 30 minimálne. Skoro plné sústo, skoro plný pervitín, tiež. To teba aj tak pootvára to jeden deň. God damn it. Takže máme 28. Mali sme veľkú rezervu, ale vidíme, čo sa stalo.
Just tell me if it's difficult to organize. Anything heavy, just leave it with me.
To znamená, že máme backkanty.
Greetings, Captain. Thank you for your hard work.
Taká tučná, masná lázaňa. Skurvysvinská. Nič to potrebujem vyriešiť. Čo vás tu toto nie je ono. Čo vás tu blokuje? Čo vás blokuje? Čo ťa blokuje? Nič, dobre, ja to celé vyhnul. To nebavíte. Wait, what? Kokoti. Nič, pôjdeme od začiatku, to tam dáme všetko. Kokoti. Dobre, takže čo chceme primárne, tieto dve sú OK. Potom je toto odomknúť, takže musíme dať sem body. Toto sme odomkli. Toto chceme odomknúť. Chceme sem body? Boli tu? Mne sa zdá, že boli, že? Je to ten nič. Ja chceme. Toto chceme. No. No. Ankamany potrebujeme dať. No. No. Potrebujeme otvoriť. Takto. Takže tieto máme. Dobre, toto nechceme. Toto mám tiež dosť urytí. A nič lepšie tam není. Nič lepšie tam není. Primal Strike. To sú trojky. Common Rank môže mať dve. Tak tu máme dve. Takže tieto tretie, tieto. A toto je bohužiaľ najlepšie. To znamená... toto je v pohode. Takto.
Greetings, Captain. Thank you for your hard work.
Toto potrebujeme. No. Wait. Chýba bod na toto. Chýba body na toto. No. No. Toto môžeme celé dať preč? Môžeme. Takže máme Potent Toxicity. A regenerácia minus 24, bohužiaľ nič lepšie tam nebolo. Tu máme 5 bodov. Tu máme 10, nemôžem odtiaľ stiahnuť body, ale nemôžem. Dobre, tu máme 10, takže máme toto. Máme dve tieto. Máme dve tieto. Máme dve predposledné. Tuto máme. V tomto kruhu máme dobre dve. Tu máme OK dve. A v malom kruhu máme OK dve. Dobre. No teraz dám 5 bodov sem do kritického damageu a mi to healingu. Nič lepšie tu není. Magic defenzíva. Magic defenzíva bola lepšia teoreticky. Ale to je maximálna stamina síce. A to je kritický damage. To je maximálna stamina. Jedna. A chod zatiaľ tam. Dobre, to tam je nastavené. Môžeme postaviť berkanty, bodíky máme. 402. Teraz postaviť berkanty. Postavíme 20, precious mana stealu.
It's all ready to go.
You need to take me to Walker.
A teraz treba dúfať, že ušetríme a že im berkanty dajú s kritickou šancou alebo heavy attack šancou maximálnym životom. V každom prípade synchronizácia ide preč. Berkanty. Je to doma. Hit šanca. Však samozrejme, že hit šanca. Udať na to 200 bodov? Za tú kokotinu? Kritická šanca, heavy attack šanca. To aj tak bude len jedno. Čo chcem, kritickú šancu alebo heavy attack šancu?
Wagging late for the kill.
Ja mám kritickú šancu mám dosť veľkú, keď sa to tak zoberie. Heavy attack šanca menšie čísla. Stále heavy attack šanca by nebolo od veci. Kvôli tomuto. No tam heavy attack šanca, ale kritická šanca.
How are the other guild members?
Aj tam asi heavy attack šancu. No vydám heavy attack šancu.
How are the other guild members?
Tie vás nechcem vidieť. Vás nechcem vidieť, vy sa mi neukazujete na oči. Melee heavy attack, range endurance, maximálny život. Neukazujete sa mi na oči. Prečo mi ukazujú stále také veľké? Asi sa neukazujú, nešlo mi to dosť. Berkanty, Razortone Shady. Červená. Červená. Táto. Voda. Sem dáme Milý Heviatek šancu. Sem dáme maximálne, že už to nedáme. A čo tam bolo? Magic Endurance, Range Endurance tam bol. A tu bol život. Život máme 35 383. Čo teoreticky znamená, že sa môžeme ísť za regeneráciu života, alebo regeneráciu many. Môžeme ísť za regeneráciu many. Máme tých... No nemáme, máme 34, 985. Man. A tých 7% to komplikuje. No takže tu sme nastavení. Keď hitchancová veľkého Perception je 40. Dexter sa pekne vylizuje. Teoreticky môže ísť jeden bodík z Dexterity pec a ísť do sily. To má nejakú výhodu. Skôr by som stiahol jeden odtiaľto. Ja som nemôžem aj tak dať. To je vysoký base, no tak nič. Nič. V podstate 80 je 81. No a Berka tu veľa viacej ládia, vidíme ich. Solidné čierne, solidné ládia. Dole. Sme hotoví. A? Berkanty mal Heavy Attack šancu, keď by išlo ako druhá. Má 35 000 života. Vylízali sme aj tieto veci. Ale trošku túto sa to pokrkovalo. No trošku pokerkovalo. Máme potent toxicity. Duration dole o 5 sekúnd. Ale tak... Takže máme to vylizané. Piče, zabudol som na bossa. Zabudol na toho krokodila jedného. O 5 minút máme toto. A ja som sa reštartnúť. Robilo to za mňa. Veľmi dobré. Ani sa nečudujem, že ona typujem, že teraz bude stále byť Berkant. Už keď to nepotrebujem, tak bude v kuse chodiť Berkant.
Matej moderoval Vyvolený, to bola taká prvá reality show, jedna z prvých reality show a viem, že tam nejakí holí ľudia sa proste, bolo to také akože, a ja som si v hlave hovorila, že tak to je také ostrápne.
Že cringe, ak strašný, áno. Takže ty si hovorila, že to je cringe, ale napriek tomu si akože nemala problém zdieľať svoju intimitu s týmto človekom. Čo nám tým chceš povedať, Veronika, že si dala každému? Matej, ktorý moderoval Vyvolených, ktorých pozerali úplne všetci, teda evidentne okrem teba, a ty si jediná netušila, kto on je, tak on pre teba trápne, alebo cringe. To je trápne, to je plný úroveň, aký mala kinčí. A napriek tomu si mi vláza.
Prinášame odpovede na vás.
Tri otázky na mňa, potom vás nechám už k dispozícii pána ministra a pána štátneho tajomníka.
Prosím, pán Haluský, televízia Markíza.
Dobrý deň, pán premiér, Otovánsky, televízia Markíza. Ja som sa opýtať v súvislosti s PPP projektom na mosty. Hovorím si, že v minulosti hovorili, že Slovensko už má peniaze len na jeden PPP projekt, ak to berieme do nejakej časovej osy. dlhopisy, ktorý budeme platiť a splácať, dajme tomu, ako splácame D47. Ale druhá možno taká vec, prítomne aj to, že napríklad aj teraz sa stalo v tom Poprade, v podstate 3 dní bola úplne prerušená vlaková doprava presne kvôli mostu, ktorý bol v katastrofálnom stave, ktorý došiel do toho katastrofálneho stavu, že možno vláda nechce trošku urýchliť aj tento proces, ktorý ste hovorili, a či to nie je proste prioritné. Pán redaktor, dôležité je povedať slovenskej verejnosti, že sa zmenila situácia v tom, že my sme lepšie pripravení na stavby, ako na ich financovanie. Niekedy to bolo tak, že boli peniaze, ale neboli pripravené projekty. Teraz mi dokonca ukázal pán minister niekoľko úsekov, ktoré by sme mohli okamžite stavať. Máme priority. Priorita je sever, priorita je tam a tam, ale sú aj stavby, ktoré sú pripravené, pokiaľ ide o dokumentáciu, ale nie je to možné. Takže možno aj to je odpoveď na vašu otázku, pokiaľ ide o tento most, ale k tomu mostu sa potom v tej druhej časti určite vyjadrí pán minister dopravy.
Vykúka.
K tej prvej téme, tá je veľmi dôležitá, a to sú PPP projekty. Kto sa bojí, pán redaktor, nech nechodí do lesa. Keby som ja v roku 2008 zobral vážne všetky výhrady, ktoré mi hovorili ohľadne dostavby 3. a 4. bloku v Mochovciach, nikdy by som do toho nešiel. Keby som bral všetky výhrady, ktoré sa týkali zastavenia privatizácie bratislavského letiska a nešli by sme do výstavby letiska vlastnými silami, no tak jednoducho neviem, čo by sa tu na Slovensku dialo. A to je aj teraz. My predsa hovoríme o výstavbe nového jadrového bloku. Netreba sa toho báť. Najdrahšie veci sú tie, ktoré nie sú jednoducho postavené.
Vítaj.
Máme 800 mostov, ktoré treba opraviť, lebo sú v zlom stave. Hovorím teraz opätovne o mostoch, ktoré sú na cestách prvej triedy, ktoré spadajú pod kompetenciu tohto štátu.
A musíme si odpovedať na otázku. Tak teraz budeme špekulovať, tej babka princesková s taštičkami, že či o to budeme sa usilovať o 15 rokov, alebo s nejakými rizikami pôjdeme do toho teraz, nájdeme partnera a o pár rokov mu začneme platiť každoročne nejakú sumu peňazí. Záleží od toho, ako tá koncesná zmluva bude nastavená, či to bude na 15, na 20 rokov. V prípade R1 tiež všetci kričali, že nedobré, zlé. Dnes je to jeden z najlepších projektov, aký je. Pre Slovensko je najlepšie rozostávať aj za cenu, pán redaktor. Že by sme navýšili zadlženie, s tým nemá žiadny problém. Ak to zadlženie nejde na spotrebu, ale ide do investičných projektov, súčasne ale plníme aj všetky kritériá, ktoré sa týkajú eurozóny, lebo sme súčasťou eurozóny, netreba sa toho v žiadnom prípade báť. PPP projekt, aby som bol úplne jasný, je v tomto okamihu jediná finančná možnosť, ako sa pustiť do opravy mostov. Pretože my nemáme zdroje, európske fondy, toto ministerstvo míňa ako bláznivé. Myslím si, že ste najlepší rezort v čerpaní eurofondov. Ja sa k tomu ešte vrátim. A preto si treba povedať, že ak nemáme eurofondy, plán období minutý, štátny rozpočet je taký, aký je, riešime dnes konsolidáciu, PPP projekty sú jediná cesta. My sa toho nebojíme, pán redaktor, a vždy tie výhrady pozeráme a vnímame skôr politicky, lebo vedia, že musíme im povedať, aby to nerobili, aby náhodou neboli úspešní. Ešte raz, 700 miliónov môžeš doplniť, pán minister, vyčlenených na regionálnu dopravu. Všetky obchvaty, ktoré sú urobené okolo miest diaľničné, sme povedali, že oslobodíme od diaľničných známok, čiže tam, kde to je ekonomicky možné, to robíme. A potom je to významná vec, to je hodinový takt na železnici medzi Bratislavou a Košicami a tu som spomenul najlepší rozdiel v čerpaní eurofondov. Čiže prosím, naša filozofia, najdrahšie je to, čo nie je postavené. Nechaj, ja na to odpoviem, lebo... Pani ministerka, ja by som strašne rád vošiel do vašej hlavy a pochopil podstatu tejto otázky. Pretože ja som povedal, že môžem skončiť. Aj futbalisti niektorí povedia, že ešte budem hrať 2 roky. No ale mňa nepovia kolena. A mám pocit, že dávam aj nejaké góly. Čo nás to trápi? Najväčší zločin Roberta Fica je, že tu stále je. Toto je váš problém. Vy hľadáte všetky dôvody, aby ste vás tej politiky vyhnali. Ešte nemáte čo, lebo ja nemám žiadne škandály, žiadne kauzy. Vy to dobre viete. Žiadne škandály so mnou nie sú spojené okrem toho, že ma chceli zastreliť. A to mi chcete dať ako škandál na môj krk. A vy uvažujete, že čo mu len povieme, aby konečne odišiel. Lebo teda povieme, aby ste povedali, že v roku 2014 nebudete a stále ste tu a ešte ste povedali Vandel, že to ešte chcete byť. Nepovedám kolena a dávam bol. Takže budete musieť to strpeť, pani redaktorka. Je mi to hrozne ľúto, ale na základe vašich víziev ja len tak ľahko neodídem. Pokiaľ budem cítiť, že tu je podpora, že robíme rozumné veci, toto sú fantastické veci. I tak sa teším z tohto, že rozostával tento minister so svojím tímom, so štátnymi tajomníkmi a ďalšími celé Slovensko. To sú brutálne veci. O toto presne ide. A teraz si vedete, že pôjdeme do tej jadrovej elektrárne. Úžasná vec. Ak sa podarí ministrovi to, čo chce urobiť v Bratislavskom prístave, viete takto otvárať oči. Ak možno o rok začneme otvárať stovky tisícky nájomných bytov. To sú úžasné veci. To stojí proti nám. Ľudia, ktorí nie sú schopní povedať absolútne nič. Jediné, čo vedia povedať, je, že lebo Fico a zatvorte ho, obeste ich a zastrelite ich. To je celé. My máme jasnú alternatívu. My vieme, čo chceme. Chceme postaviť Slovensko, pracujeme na ňom. Samozrejme, že všetko nejde dokonale, pretože ja sa tomu znovu vrátim, politický systém na vôbec v Európe je obrovská prekážka ekonomického rozvoja, pretože my nie sme schopní konkurovať iným svetovým krajinám. Ako chcete konkurovať Číne? A vrátim sa k tomu veľmi presne. Ak si Čína naplánuje 5-ročný plán, 10-ročný plán a nič nie nebráni v tom, aby tie plány dosiahli. Čo máme my? My máme akorát tak, že prídu voľby, prvý rok sa nejako spamätávame, druhý, tretí rok niečo robíme a štvrtý rok sa pripravujeme na ďalšie parlamentné voľby. A príde ďalšia vláda a všetko zmení. My sa musíme nad týmto zamyslieť, či sme schopní urobiť nejakú širšiu dohodu v tomto štáte, že to je jedno, či to bude pravicová vláda, ľavicová vláda, liberálna vláda. Budú nejaké trendy, ktoré sa budú podporovať. Ale zatiaľ takáto dohoda neexistuje. Z tohto titulu, ja sa znovu tomu vrátim, pani redaktorka, prosím, ak politici majú nejakú mieru podpory štátu, my máme. Ja som v politike od roku 1992, ale ja chápem 91. Ja chápem, že vás to štve, že po 34 rokoch som stále tu a stále niekde patrím tej špičke politickej scény, ale nevyháňajte ma takýmito lacnými otázkami, že v roku 2014 ste povedali, že už nebudete, čo tu preboha ešte robíte.
Poprosím vás poslednú otázku, ja vám sledovať PA3, ďakujem.
Budem hovoriť s človekom, ktorý je tu na významný vplyv na toto rozhodnutie. Ďakujem, lebo to sa predsa vám rozhovor. Ja nehovorím o rozhovor vstupy. Chceme to urychliť, chceme, aby sme... Viete, tam sa nejaké možnosti ukazujú. To je konkrétna, alebo sú konkrétne letecké spoločnosti, ktoré sa rozhodli, ktoré majú záujem. Možno treba niekedy posunúť, treba niekedy telefonát urobiť, treba niekedy posunúť, prosím vás, už toľko neváhajte a urobte to. My musíme zabezpečiť leteckú dopravu s Košicami a Bratislavou.
Chystáte sa na výlet do Prahy? Pozor na rôznych podvodníkov a nekalé praktiky. Začína sa Reflex. Dobrý večer.
Ty kokoti už ďalšími sračkami. Černoch, kde si nechal ženu? Kde je Beloch? Černoch. Nejak veľa som ich dostal. Máme niečo, môžeme niečo vylízať. Ježiš, koľko týchto kokotín som mám zase. Ale máme všetko, čo sme chceli. Plus minus, takže... A musíme sa nejako... Опять? Kde Beloch? Kam zmizla žena? Kedy odletela? Kedy sme videli naposledy? Znovu.
Fives, they're rumbling. The least.
To treba prečestovať. Ako heal je pekná vec, poďme silnejšie tie veci. Tu ešte bola beloch. Sa mi zdal. Tu bola tá šanca mi... Tu ešte je beloch. 12.35 tu ešte bola. Dáme tomu čo ťa blokuje? Nič, dobre, ja to celé vyhodím. Nebavíte. Tu ešte bola o 13.04 ešte bola. 13.08 stále je. Neviem, kedy zmizla. Neviem, kde je beloch. Neviem, kde sme ísť. Vedel sme tu ešte videli našu ženu. Ale... sme ešte videli našu ženu. A neviem, kam zmizla. Chceme dlho toto trvá. Máte koľko? Sa tam ešte budem musieť vrátiť, som zabudol. Ty si úplne spíčený, chorý človek. Chorý bastard. Piče, akorát hento zase končí. Zrobíte zo mňa už sračku. A zase si zo mňa robíte kurvu. Znova si zo mňa robíte sračku. Kde je Belo? Kde je naša žena? Kde je naša žena? Kurník šopa. Milujem, že robíte jak kokoti. To máte nastavené jak dementi. Jebovia. Len Černocha nevidím. Koľko tu máme ešte? Protože to kokotiny v kuse padajú, ja na toto nemám náladu už. Už mám 3 kontrakty. Oh man, sačka toto. Bol som v peknom rezervoári a tí kokoti mi dali svoje fredy. Aké kokotiny v kuse vylizujú, v kuse tieto sračky. To sú títo. To je chore. To som mal problém, strašne veľa paučov dostávam, sa mi zdá. To mi zdá, že strašne veľa paučov dostávame. Flame, Watcher, Flame. Ale v podstate sme v závetri už. Sme v závetri, ale máme veľké problémy, Musel by tam byť skill damage rezistencia. Tam silence. Oh shit. ten imbecil do tu zase. Preto nemáme na túto zónu. Asi sa to má resetovať tak či onak. Poprvé sú tu kokoti. Po druhé je to automatický vrat. Teraz tu mám kokoťu chorú vredovú zónu, ktorá to tu vylizuje. Dávajú mi bindy, svoje kokotiny, zdržujú ma. To máš nejaké tabaky. To je sračka. Možno som mal ísť, možno som mal hľadať ďalej. To je sračka. Lebo je to sáčka fail. Chorý bastard, toto vylezuje. Nie, zoberiem túto lárku tu. Debuff duration. Well, then skill damage resistancy. Ešte je to kurva chora. Čo to robí kurva chora? Má sa na to vysať. To je to o ničom. Teraz tu musím sa zarezávať v hnoji ako piče skôry. Som zobral tú skorumpovanú misiu v Redel. A ešte je tu chorý pervitín. Gogo, kam si vyšiel? No nerob zo seba kreka, čo je? No. To bola posledná žížala. No neboj sa, poď vyšliapni sa. Nerob zo seba kurvu, Gogo. Skorumpovaný si. Gogo, ty si pekne skorumpovaný jedinec. Toto je presne ten problém, sú takto porozdeľovaní a kokoti. Ja som kokot, že som to zobral. Radšej som nemal zobrať žiadnu misiu. Ako strácať čas s týmito sračkami tu. Oh man. Radšej som nemal zobrať žiadnu. Radšej som to mal rolovať až do konca. Lebo ešte je tu kurva chorá, Treba to celé posielať do sračky. Čo to robí kurva chorá, man? Máme nejaké tabaky, máme nejaké joviály, ale je to chore, čo sme svedkami, je to chore. Svedkami extrémneho analfabetizmu. To nebudem dlho. A nemám moc veľkú rezervu, mám 25 000 za seba, čo nie je dobré. 25 000 nie je absolútne žiadna rezerva. Toto je chore, toto tu. Mal som to zobrať. To som nechal natiahnuť do sračky, mal som to zobrať. To sračka tu. To nie je to ultimátne zlé, ešte stále potrebujem dať jeden bodík do klovky, ale to je chore. Toto je problém. Nerob zo seba skurvísina! Ja som kokot. Som sračka. Že som na túto kokotinu nechal natiahnuť. Ešte je tu kurva chorá, ktorá mi to komplikuje. Oh man, toto je tak pomalé. To je tak pomalé. Poprvé sú tu vždy kurvy, Heniu. Vidíme tú chorú kurvu, ako ho tam vylizuje. Vidíme ju. Poprvé sú tu choré kurvy, po dve, aj bez nich je to pomalé. A ešte keď je tu plná bašta chorých kuriev, o to horšie to je. A za posledných 21% za jednu chorú pagodu. God damn it, chore kurvy. Odchádzam odtiaľto preč. Mám 24 600. Tak jazel, čuješ, peko. Chore som to nechal do tohto natiahnuť, chore. Čo s tými klovkami chorými? Jeden má silence a druhý má debuff duration, jebové. Ako dole, no. My ale teda máme štandardné riešenie.
Isn't your bag heavy? Your belongings are safe and sound, as usual.
Už ma to nejako nailustruje táto chorá sračka. A tento majestátny sračkofilizmus. Poďme postaviť nejaké krákolízočky. Tu mi dali pekne veľa bodov, takže nakoniec tam museli byť. Stále kryštály. Je to solidné, to solidné. Je tam cítiť masívny rozdiel. Hlavne života budič tiež, života budič. A to sme pekne vylizali. Už nemám túto sračku. Máme tu potentné toxíny. Máme tu potentné toxíny. Dokopy s exchangeom. Dokopy z tohoto krkolízačkou. To sa už trošku inak otáča. Dve tieto. Dve tieto malé. Tieto malé a tieto. Krekerský rozdiel na tú pantoflu, na tú chorizómy. To nemáme nič. A v tomto nevidím zmysel. Nevidím v tom zmysel. To mi dá len rezistenciu na stany a to je jedno, to dostávam. To je to zmysel. Horšie je, že zase tu mám týchto 5 kokotín. To vylizuje. Nedávno som to vylizoval a to nerozumiem.
Toy, old friend, you in a guild yet?
What would you like? Welcome.
Aj to chore, čo sme sa dožili, no. Otvoríme tieto bedné, to 2100. Ale dobré, merkanty už oveľa inak vyzerajú, ládia. Konečne ládime. Čierne berkanty. Máme tu synergiu, poňame tu synergiu. Vystavíme si trochu kocúra. A v podstate dneska sme plus minus pomaly hotoví. Mali by sme ešte vylizovať nejaké bombóny, ale Shadow Crypto by som mal spraviť tých 900 kúskov. Som piču, že som neroloval ďalej, tých lizardov. Som piču, že som neroloval tých lizardov. Piču, že som neroloval lizardov. Ja som neroloval lizardov ďalej. Černoch, kde máš ženu, kde máš belocha? Černoch. Černoch, kde je žena? Černoch. Černoch, kde je beloch? Som mať štvorku? Černo odišiel hľadať belcha. Černo odišiel hľadať belcha.
Figure out how to get into the enclave section. They had a plan underneath camp.
Ja neviem, čo držia, som z tohto frustrovaný. Pidovať. Bude to... Čert odišiel hľadať belcha.
ktoré by sme mohli okamžite projektovať. Súčasne ale plníme aj všetky kritériá. Prvé, nikdy by som do toho nešiel.
No a
hotový. Maximálne, že už to nedáme. Magic Ender a Zahniť Ender stavol. A to bol živ. Maximum. Tak. Keď to nešlo mi to. Gazat, Precious Mana Steal. A teraz teda dúfať, že ušetríme a že Berkanty dajú s kritickou šancou alebo Elia tak šancou maximálnych pilotov. Veľmi najväčší hníz mi to dodal. Berkanty. Doma. Hit šanca. Však samozrejme, že hit šanca. Tu ešte bola žena 10, takže máme toto. Máme dve tieto. Máme dve tieto. Máme dve predposledné. Tuto máme. V tomto kruhu máme dobre dve. Tu máme OK dve. Od malom kruhu máme OK dve. Ale odletela, teraz dám 5 bodov sa. 13-10 sa vytratilo. Už hodinu sme nevideli ženu. Už lepšie tu není. Magic defenzíva. Magic defenzíva bola lepšia teoreticky. Ale to je maximálna stamina síce. A to je kritický damage. To je maximálna stamina. Jedna. A pozrite tam. Dobre, to tam je nastavené. (13:10) sme videli, že naposledy 13:10. Od tejto naša žena nie je náš beloch. Nič, je to problém, no. Je možné, že ho niečo dostalo. Ale v každom prípade, ten najťažší dungeon môžeme robiť Rancerwood, môžeme robiť Chapel of Madness, môžeme robiť Pičný Berkant. Tam sme v závetri. Berkanty dávajú veľkú filozofiu. Veľkú filozofiu. Máme dobré bonusy. Solidné. V podstate teraz sme vylízaní. Belo je stále medzi nami, tu je žena. Prišla domov. Prišla relaxovať. Prišla relaxovať naša žena. A moc dlho nebude relaxovať, lebo piču schorý vrah na tých šeďoch. Hovorím, že tu máme fagany. Fagany, ktoré by sme mali vylizovať. Máme 35 000 života. Budem potrebovať ešte vylizovať nejaké veci, samozrejme. Ale ináč sme v Krkonoši, už sme v Krkonoši. Bobo, ostaneš tu, Kraker. Kraker. Takže henta je o 10, že? To bolo. Je o 10, to lízecká vec. Tá paseka nie je až taká dôležitá, aj keby som mu dajme tomu, že nedal, sú tam tie cooldowny. Base damage by 16. It's not that big, to be honest. It's not that big. It's not that big of a lojo, man. Budeme mať veľa kojotín. Nie je to dobré, no. Nie je také dôležité, ako môžem používať. Práve povedať som mal aj tak radšej toto predať. Magic hit chance, critical hit chance, ako má to solidné roly. Také promiskuitné je to. V starších časoch sme sa dožili. Toto je ďalších 500 do sáčky. To je 500. Takže už máme cez 25 000. Už máme cez 25 000 hnoja. Je to chore, čo sme sa dožili, je to chore. Niečo, máme tu nejaké pätelice, ešte dve pätelice. A má to náladu. Ja si zobrať nápojku. $25,500. 25,500. To sú solidné várky. Ako sme na to s tým Mastery? 64, 40. Slabé čísla. Slabé čísla. Slabé čísla. Problém tu je, že Stun and Collision Resistance to nepomôže nejako. Problém tu je, že to sú kojotiny. Chore kojotiny tu sú, iné čo je dobré, bol tento kritické ekvilibrium. Kritické ekvilibrium, to je 12%. Dokopy s tým touto osmičkou je to 20. 20. Dokopy s tou osmičkou je to 20. Čo nie je zlé? Takže hovorím, no je to také problematické uvedené. Dožili sme sa extrémneho hnízdu, extrémnych časov. Ale už máme berkanty, takže už sa rýžuje len ten malý dungeon sa rýžuje. Ostatné máš v podstate u pagody. Ostatné máš u pagody. To sú všetko chorí vranáči. Ukážeme si nápojku. Je to klasická nápojka, klasický marshmallow. Ako sme na tom? 60 GB, malo by stačiť. Klasický KX, sugar free, klasický KX Blue Spark, sugar free, klasická petolízačka, 250 ml servátka, malý policaj, malý polino. Dáme si do nosa, tak toto vyzerá takáto bačkorka. Čo sa týka Power Exilu, to je sračka, to je hníz. Power Exile skončil. To odmietam zapínať, takže takáto vyzerá, takáto bačkorka. Sugar free Blue Spark. Takýto rýťolízač. Že dáme si do nosa, lízneme a samozrejme ideme ďalej, dobre? Pozme nejaký podmaz. Nie je tu veľa podmazov. Takže pre tých, kto nestihli prvú sériu, ukážeme si druhú sériu, klasický KX, Blue Spark, Sugar Free, klasický pervitín. No takéto vyzerá, takéto KX. 250 ml servátka, 250 ml policák, malé sústo. No. Malé sústo, malý makarón. Ako to vyzerá, takýto ryťolízač. No, dáme si do nosa, lízneme a samozrejme ideme ďalej. Takže Belok žena je tu medzi nami. Dáme si posledný KX Blue Spark Sugar Free. Klasická petolízka, klasický mákový záviň, klasický orechový pelendrek. 250 ml servátka, 250 ml bublifuk. Taký malý policák, malý polino, malý polster. No. Časy sú veľmi zlé, veľmi biedné. Ale máme tie berkanty, takže už sa vylizovať na prstenie, ale to už ma nejako nežere. To nežere ani prstenie, ani tie brnenia, to už mi nedá nejaký extrémne veľký spike. Dá mi to ešte brnenia, mi dá spike, ale to kadiť. Takže takto to vyzerá, takéto KX Blue Spark Sugar Free. No. Klasická bačkorka, klasický bublifu, klasický mákový nárez. No. Ako to vyzerá, takéto šmicler. Takže dáme si do nosa, lízneme a samozrejme ideme ďalej. Dobre, ideme ďalej. Dobre. Je to strašné. Čo sme sa dožili, ale nespravíme s tým nič. Je to fiasko. Je to koniec, je to endgame. Endgame. Táto čo?
Prekvapil ma ten čas, keď som ho videla v cieli, pretože ten môj štart bol katastrofálny. A teda za týchto podmienok ten čas beriem všetkými 10, ale samozrejme, ako aj včera som povedala, je toto tímová súťaž, takže teraz sú dôležitejšie tie body predtým.
Áno, hovorila si, že zlý štart, hoci samotná reakcia možno nebola úplne najhoršia, ale potom je pravda, že polovici asi si strácala, tam si mala aj po ľavej a po pravej ruke pretekárky pre tebou. Toto si vnímala a vedela si, že musíš ísť cez ne?
Áno, vlastne prvé 3 prekážky som nezvládala vôbec technicky a potom som proste už musela len šlapať, aby to bolo čo najlepšie umiestnenie predtým. Vôbec som nejak nemyslela na čas a tak druhé miesto si beriem všetkými 10.
To aj my berieme. A čo bolo, že zle technicky? Si nejakých podbiehala, alebo naopak nejako moc skoro si na ne skákala? Čo sa tam dialo?
No musím si to asi prejsť s trénerkou a potom tam lepšie vedieť.
Každopádne si už taká pretekárka, ktorá ako keby pravidelne teda mala chodiť po 13 sekúnd. Vnímaš to tiež tak, že ty tie časy už bežne chodíš po 13? Je to na sebavedomie dobre?
Len posledné 3 behy moje boli pod 13 sekúnd, čiže...
Tak to je ten úvod tej šnúry možno.
Takže ten úvod sezóny mám ťažší, do trenérka hovorí, že sa učím na novo behať. Ale som rada, že som sa rozbehla, že behám takéto časy a snáď na ďalších pretekov, alebo teda ešte do Tokia sa mi podarí sa takéto časy.
Musím povedať, že prvé pocity
Už môžem povedať, dožili sa strašných časov. Asi len schizofrénny. Biedy ako skurvený vred. Nie je to dobré. Som nechal natiahnuť do pekného vredu. Á, to skurvená krypta, to je taká sračka. Tu nejaký kokot zase musí byť, však tu není nikto. Nejaký chorý mentál, to stále vylizuje. Nič to. Radšej státi misiu, ako naozaj radšej státi misiu, ako... Neviem, bol tu kokot a to respawnuje. Joj, to sú hajzli, bastardi. Ktorí sprostí hranáči do to vylizujú. Ktorí sprostí hranáči, jedna radosť toto vylizujú. Nič, radšej stratím misiu. Odteraz radšej stratím kokotskú misiu chorú. Aj tak tieto misie nebudem robiť každý deň. Radšej stratiť chorú misiu, ako vylizovať sa v tejto skurvenej krypte. Chore. Poprvé plná analfabetov a skurvených petolízačov. Podruhé miliarda šamanov, miliarda diaľkových mágov, ktorí sa v živote dokopy nedajú, plus kokotský bastard. Plná ich bastardov neandertálskych. Týchto mentálnych chorých vredov. On ich zobral? Ten vred. Takýto chorý pletolízači v každom hnisi. No, zoberieme toto. Už to nezoberiem. Jo. Radšej nebudem mať misiu, ako zobrať kryptu. Pretože toto je o ničom, to je strašne veľa týchto diaľkových pitchesov. To je šami šaman, šami wizard, to je osačke. A musíš ich ťahať potom za tieto kokocké stĺpy, jak jebo. Takto čakať na nich, kým dojdu, jak pičus. Sú takí imbecíli, som sa nechal na to nalájť. A už som toľkokrát povedal, že ani náhodou nebudem byť tieto kokocké misie v škripte. A keď som si povedal, mám misie, mám nejaké kontakty na to, tak to vylížem. To je fatálna chyba. Teraz som nútený toto vylizovať, ešte 700 gurmánov. A to nebol najväčší problém. Najväčší problém je, že je to pulo kuriev vždy. Pulo kuriev. Bo toto je ľahšie pre nich robiť. Ako lizardi. Lizardi sú ťažší, lebo majú tie poison over damage, ktoré ich vylizujú. Ale toto je bastardstvo. Tu sú bastardi sprostí, narušení, vredoví. Ja som taký idiot, že som nechal natihnúť do tejto krypty, už to nerobím. Radšej nebude misia, radšej nebudem mať misiu, či stratím sračky, ako robiť kryptu. Že úplne najväčší problém, že je to vždy milión sračov. Tu je strašne veľa chorých jedincov. Plus sa mi to neráta, to sa mi neráta od tej druhej misie, bo toto nie sú beasti, čo je takisto Robím 900, ktorý sa mi ráta iba do jednej misie. Čo takisto z mojej strany masívna schizofrénia. Hovorím, tie problémy sú zjavné tu. Vidíme, nedajú sa dokopy, stoja ďaleko od seba. Dávajú mi rúty kokocké, držia ma na mieste, nemôžem sa hýbať. A ja som taký kokot, že som chcel do tohto nechal natiahnuť, už to nerobím. Radšej nebude misia, ako odsypať kokockú koru kryptu. Teraz som nútený to ešte vylizovať pekne dlho. Frustrujúce. Ja to neviem sa s tým srať. Frustrujúce. Lebo tu sú šamani, wizardi a to sa dokopy v živote nedá. To stojí jak sračka. Neviem. To je úplne o sračke. Teraz po jednom to mám vylizovať. God damn it. Tak ja normálne nie som ďaleko od toho, aby som to poslal do piče tú misiu. Tak už mám 34%, ale nie som ďaleko od toho, aby som to poslal do piče, resetol, ale... Káď, už mám 34%. Už to nikdy nerobím, nikdy viac. Ako teraz som brutálne znechutený z tej krypty, to mi nestojí za to. Kvôli pičnej misii schátranej. Kvôli takéto chátr. Taký som uznával toto viacej ako ostrov, ale to som nevedel nejaké veci, ktoré teraz viem. Toto je presne ten problém. Rúty, to nie je len, že oni sú ďaleko, oni ťa zarutujú na mieste, strácaš čas. Ten stojak teraz si zase vstane, buď ťa zarutujú, alebo ťa stanú. Sú ďaleko od teba, nútia ťa po jednom ich vylizovať, alebo ich ťahať za kokotí slúb, jak jebo. Ja som idiot. Plus menej bodov žerú, to znamená mu menej skúseností tým pádom. Keď žerú menej bodov, Som idiot. Ja som idiot, ja som taký chuj! V živote. Sem už nepáchnem. Sem pôjdem, keď budem mať 50 kontraktov. A to iba preto, aby som spravil 50 kontraktov. Všetko. Radšej nebude žiadna misia. Buď mi dajú Saru domu, alebo nebude žiadna misia v tej deň sa robiť. Prečo každý žije s jedným HP? Čo je to za sračku znova? A na to. Imbecil. Co si to odžil? Takéhoto zosratého konca, man. Neviem, koľko je to Wizardov a šamanov. Ešte henta sračka je hotová. Oh man. Oh man, koľko kokotín tu padá. Som imbecil, čo v živote najlepšie. V živote. Už misie sa budú brať len Sarudoma, alebo nebude misia. Budem dať normálnu misiu, alebo nebude žiadna. Som skončil. Ja budem imbecil. Je tuto ešte. A keby som iba túto vrchnú štreku, to je pravda. Toto, výjsť von, zobrať ten vrch. Extrémne veľké počty kokotín. No aj na to. Pojedom jak idiot teraz. Imbecile. Chorý vranač, čo? No teraz zobrať ten spodok a v momente ako zoberiem spodok, vrátiť sa naspäť hore. Tak to budeme robiť. Budeme robiť iba túto vrchnú štéku. Jednu bočnú, druhú bočnú a teraz ideme naspäť hore. Mali by byť respawnutí za tento čas. Povedme, že potrebujem ísť skadiť. No a teraz sú tu znova títo. Ale ich tu málo, ako máme. Nikdy viac od teraz. Buď mi dáte Lizardov, alebo nebude misia. Tak jednoduché. To je o ničom to. Nikto není. Stále nám 50%. Percent. 50%. Ale v polke. To je futra. Horšie, že mi treba kadiť. A dosť masívne. Nikdy viac. Nikdy viac kryptu, ti garantujem. Nikdy viac. Kryptu budeme robiť iba, ako som povedal, keď budem mať 50 kontaktov a budem mať slinu, že OK. Toto je všetko mák, toto je všetko diaľkový kaliber. Potenčne keď 4 minúty to vydržať. Vôbec nelevelujem tie zbrane, čo je zaujímavé. A toto už mám 99, kam dáme ďalší bodík sem, 5. Čo je tu hore? Melee heavy attack šanca. Mana cost efficiency, to sú dobré veci. Mana cost efficiency, o ničo menej many cvrkať. To je solidná. To je solidná šťava. Ešte máme 1 minútku a poďme sa vykadiť. Nájsť na 55%, čo nie je zlé. Nie, to je nejaké masné. Čo sa dá robiť? Dokážeme dať tú veľkú? Koľko máme? 30 sekúnd, dáme túto málo. Tú veľkú už nedám. Túto málo ešte. Aj toto bude tesné. Máme 57%. Mám posledných 43. A ako už pretlačíme, ideme sa vykadiť. Nič, ja to dám do tejto. On to dal na štvorku z brosu. Good. Good. Dal to na štvorku z brosu. Good enough na štvorku z brosu. Na štvorku z brosu! Why not? Why not? Why not? Why not? Why not? Wow. Ja som dal heavy attack šancu kadiť na tabak. Piče sa pomýlil. Či to je niečo? Oh, really? Toto. Nemôžeme nafeedovať do tohto, čo? Tyba Duke Magmy, to nechcem moc vylizovať. Ale to je OK. Že sme ďaleko. Nikdy viac. Radšej nebude misia ako Witcher of Crypto. Nikdy viac. A čo nebude misia ako Witcherov, zase Manticore, bratia, Evžena Gregor. Máme 35 000 života. Čo je reálne solidné sústo. No. Sú to. Oh gosh.
So this Thursday, we're getting a new update, and it thankfully brings a lot of fixes to the new raid. We can already see them here for the Korean server. Be aware these are not yet confirmed for us on global, but generally we get a copy and paste of what the Koreans get. They just get it a day early. So that issue where people were receiving 0 heals is finally getting addressed. I believe it's when you were beating up that Artyom Shadow Master. This one can also give you problems as a random player because you have to coordinate to kill the healer in most groups. Forget about that, and then the boss just gets healed to full all the time, and you're wondering why it takes you forever to kill this boss. You have to focus on the healer, which spawn at the edge of the arena. Otherwise, they just keep healing the boss back to full. But yes, if you fail to dodge this Q block, you would get 30 petrification stacks, and then when you get out of this, it was bugs that you would still have that debuff and nobody could heal you. But yes, should be fixed. Then for the first boss on difficult mode, there's an issue where the patterns don't appear sometimes, and yeah, I was running into this, particularly when you clear all the statues, solve that mechanic before this ends. There was also somewhat of an exploit where he could move to the resurrection area, and then you could potentially kill him there. And additionally, if you start the boss fight while there are users outside the battle arena, you'll automatically get moved to the battle arena. This is something they should do for every single boss fight in the game, especially to help newer players in those lower level dungeons, which everybody just rushes through anyway. There was also a fix where the battle was not automatically reset. This is, however, just for the second phase of the second area's expert difficulty, so I assume when you're fighting these guys. Also, the damage applied when the ice barrier of the Zone 2 boss Gryos fails to be destroyed has been modified to be applied normally. Not 100% sure what that means, but yes, the boss gets shielded at 50% and you have to break the shield or people die. They fixed the wave pattern so it can be defended with Fury, and they fixed that issue with the stairs. In the boss battle of Area 3, if you didn't reset the boss properly, yeah, you can end up the stairs not reappearing and you'd have to restart the entire instance. A workaround, if you still are getting this, is when you die, do not revive until everybody's dead. And they fixed an issue where you can now hit targets that are pulled in after the Chaos Magic Sphere is created during the boss battle in Area 3. They also fixed an issue where players were getting kicked out in the raid dungeon when inviting spectators, and that's about it. They're getting a battle pass, and funnily enough, they're getting this skin on their battle pass. That's again for the Korean server. We'll be getting our own battle pass this week as well, and we should be able to check the event calendar, potentially see the next battle pass. It should display here. This would be the next battle pass. Radiant Star. We should be able to see those skins as well in the Mirror Boutique. Here we go. That's the female outfit. Kind of interesting, yeah, a full set of armor, with then this being on a male character, and we throw on the helmet. So very similar, whether it's male or female, and again, it'll be coming through the battle pass this week. And yes, you can remove those funny wings along with the cape if you don't want it. And what also looks like another illusion scroll, some materials like glow to coins, unlock stones, artifacts, chests, an Amatoy, and 2 poses. But yeah, nothing crazy for this update. Just some good fixes here. I hope it's a bit more than this, like having the reset bug on the second boss. That one's also pretty annoying, having to go far back away just because they have the aggro on you through the walls. But yeah, otherwise, I've been having a blast with this new raid. Great bit of fun. You do, of course, ideally need a static group. It will take a while before the random queue populates with enough players who know what they're doing. So I wouldn't rely on that right now to get those completions. But even if you don't want to step foot in the raid whatsoever, you will still be able to get your legendary gear eventually. It just requires you to do the weekly missions, and you'll get 10 per week. Yes, that's 10 weeks, and you get your legendary item, but that's literally just doing some other tasks and not even stepping foot in here, and you obtain it. Your desired one that you can purchase, and of course get the weapon. Don't worry about the armor pieces. But otherwise, yes, normal is very doable. I still wouldn't recommend random queuing on it. Random queue is also bugged. I hope they fix this thing. I can't even cancel it. And this is just for the Crypt of Augmentation. I haven't managed to do my dungeons. You have to do them with a pre-made as well, because the random queue doesn't work. But yeah, thanks for watching. A massive thank you to the extra support of my channel members. And we'll see you guys
Bye
for now.
Hey fellow Vault Dwellers, it's Angry Turtle, and yes, I'm finally updating my...
On ho to niekde videl. Tento dovej. Toto bolo kedysi, čo? Zaraz. No, bol som aj túto, už keď to vidím. To. Odpadá. Stále máme nejaké várky, ktoré potom nespraviť. Aj to už je páseka.
Anything heavy, just leave it with me. Come again, take a look around before you set off.
Oblivion aj nestojí veľa peňazí. To som mal predať. Predsa som to mal predať. To odkúpil vo veľkom, som to predal vo veľkom. Už iba jeden. Ako ja to predsa len robím z toho extrakt. Posunúť do pagody. Ak by som to predal iba za 1500, 2000, sa mi to oplatí. Pošleme do pagody. Manticore bratia, Evžena Gregor. Poď tam. Pravdepodobne to rozšartujem. A predám to. Pretože predtým som chcel silou mocou tú zbraň. Chcel som po nej ísť. Ale tá zbraň má čas. Ja nepotrebujem silou mocou 15 odtiaľ to získať, aby som mal skôr 100, aby som mal skôr na zbraň. Ja tam úplne uvrti tú zbraň. Ja som spokojný s týmto kombo. Tá zbraň je silnejšia, ale znova tá zbraň bude časom. Už teraz, keď utracam Lucian, whatever man. Otázka, čo je pre mňa dôležitejšie, mať skôr zbraň. No a hento treba extraktne poslať do pagody. Mal som to robiť na začiatku, to bola chyba, som neurobil. Som z toho mal zinkasovať viacej peňazí. Ale tak to už je paseka. Lebo tieto veci oni nebudú zarábať dlhodobo také bomby. Ale oni budú vždy zarábať tie extrakty. Len potrebuješ robiť ten dungeon väčší. Takže aj keď zostartom, ale predám to do pagody. Toto. Predajú za tých 2300. $2490. Keď tu nebudú tieto kokotiny, do 2400, robím si to extra predsa len za 2490. Skúsim to predať čo najväčšie taxy. Lebo aj tak čo ma série, že budem musieť používať. Budem nutený používať meč. To je frustrujúce. Nič, resetneme to. To sú reálne solidné sumičky. A znova, čo s tým ja spravím? Ja to používať nebudem. Tu tomu. Mal sa to na začiatku rozšrobtovať a predať. Ale pokiaľ sa to jeden predá, ten, ktorý tam je za 1200, pokiaľ sa pošle do riti, bolo by to ideálne. To je pravda, že nepotrebujem, ale nepotrebujem tie ona.
He's been banned 3 times in a month.
I won the game. I won the game. But if you ask anybody on any server, nobody likes playing with that freak, which kind of explains why E-West is the way it is. Because he ruins the game. Everybody wants dipshit fanboys like, I'm gonna sit side lane, I don't know macro. Nobody learns macro on the server. Nobody learns how to any game knowledge because that's fucking reject. That's literally what it is. And of course, nobody gets punished for essentially feeding because he can play his disgusting fucking champions and run it down and not get banned.
I know when you see his match history and you see this, you're gonna be like, how is this not the game for that?
Simon the Baus FFS Hofferberg was born in Kuhn-Sagen, a quiet suburb just outside of Stockholm, Sweden. Like many kids growing up in the early 2000s, video games quickly became a big part of his life, spending many hours watching his older brother play World of Warcraft. Inspired by the games he grew up watching, Simon eventually found his own passion in League of Legends, stepping into Summoner's Rift for the first time during Season 2, initially resonating with champions like Blitzcrank, Bard, and Thresh, playmakers who could shift the course of a fight with a single ability. But then on one day, everything changed. Baus queued up for a game and found himself auto-filled to the top lane. Not sure of what champion to pick, he decided to pick one on a whim. And well, the rest is history.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Someone! Nice! There we go! There we go! Ooh! Solo Faker! Bastard Faker! Bastard Solo Faker! There it is! Get the replay! Oh, Solo Faker!
By June 2016, Baus had already started making a name for himself, becoming the go-to player for an off-meta full AD Sion playstyle. At the time, most full AD Sion players ran him in the bot lane, and one of the earliest showcases of this strategy came from a 2016 video by Dong Quap. Looking at the video, you might recognize a certain name. No, don't look at the Sion, look at the Bard. Over the next couple of years, Baus would pop up on Reddit from time to time, his unorthodox playstyle catching the attention of the League community. But then in August of 2018, out of nowhere, Baus started streaming on Twitch.
Oh my, I cannot believe it.
He had just graduated high school and struck a deal with his parents. 1 year to see if he could make something of streaming before committing to college.
I came to an agreement with them. If they let me have 1 year of no rent, I'll pay it off later.
Baus knew he was good at the game, But the real question was, would anybody actually watch him? The answer came almost immediately. His relentless, high-risk approach turned every game into a spectacle, drawing in viewers who couldn't look away. Just 4 months after going live, he had nearly 6,000 followers and was already averaging 200 viewers per stream. Baus was no longer just a niche high elo player. He was starting to build up an audience, and by 2000,
To znamená rozbijem, predám. Predsa len s tou spravím.
Alright, so I'm supposed to make it 1100 plus 1, 2, 3 plus 2 plus. I'm supposed to make it something like this much. I need to make it more because these guys don't like folding. They're trying to gamble. Alright, let's make it. I'll make it 2500.
Jungle going with the big free bet here, 2,500 with ace-5 of clubs. After an open by Mariano and a couple calls, Jungle spices it up, 2,500 to go. Back to Henry now in the straddle with pocket tens. He and Jungle are about 57K effective. This could get interesting here. He's going to make it 6,100 with the 4-bet.
So you got something good too, huh? What kind of stuff you got? Got some jacks. Got some ace king. Got some aces. Got some aces, huh? You got the aces. I got something pretty good, you know. I got something pretty good. Might be suited. Might got some ace king. Maybe got some ace king. Maybe got some aces. Maybe got some pocket jacks. Probably not aces. Probably not aces. I call. I told you I got something good. I wasn't fucking around. I was
Jungle continues here. Epic hand brewing here between Henry and Jungle. 13K in the middle. King 9-3 Rainbow. Neither player connected with the flop here. Deuce on the turn. Jungle does turn a wheel draw here. Still behind the pocket tens of Henry. Action on Jungle.
He checks, he says. Okay. Okie dokie. I got some ideas of some things going on. I am going to bet. I'm going to wager some money. I'm going to wager 5,300.
Jungle with about a 40% pop wager here. Gonna bet 5,300 and a 13K.
I might have pocket jacks. That's my style. I might have a bluff. It's possible too. I might have like. Can I even have 8-7 suited? Should I have that? Is that the kind of hand I can have? That kind of guy.
And Henry probably thinking, if I call here, how much am I going to have to gulp down on the river? Jungle Man far from a one-pump chump. We shall see here. He's going to call here.
It's not that likely.
5 on the end.
Not that likely.
Jungle Man
Top pair. No, I can have top pair.
Finds the 5 on the end, but
I shouldn't blow up if I can't top here at least.
24K in the middle here. Action on jungle. He led the turn after flop with check. Henry 4-bet pre-flop.
You got a few things. You got a set. You could
After jungle 3-bet pre-flop.
have pocket queens. Huh?
24K in the middle. Action on jungle. Flop goes check. Jungle led turn now. Grabbing chips to fire the river. He's gonna bet 20,000.
Now, it could be 8-7 suited. I might be that kind of guy.
$20,300 wager here from Jungle Man.
Buy that. I'm an 8-7 suited kind of guy. I might be an 8-7 suited kind of guy. I might be, could I have like ace-3? Yeah, something like that. King, queen. Ace-3, you can have ace-4. Could have those. I could have ace-4, I guess, if I could have ace-3. It's true. I could have, king, queen, suited. I don't know if I have king, queen offsuit. If we're really honest. Could have, king 10 suited, king jack suited, these kinds of hands. Could have some. Let's see what else could I have. Could I have like ace queen? I have like ace queen. I don't know. I feel like giving you lots of hands. Are you gonna tell me anything?
$44K pot here, 20K to call here for Henry. Jungle 3-bet pre-flop, Henry 4-bet, jungle call, check on the flop, jungle led turn, now bombing river. Henry finding himself deep in the jungle in this hand. Tough spot here at pocket tens. Jungle gets another big bluff snapped off here. That'll be absolutely must-see TV here.
20,300. I think you can have ace king jungle, and that's about it.
Henry breaking down the range, counting out the chips. Got the 5, got the 4 or 5Ks in his hand. 3 100s for the $20,300 call here. Bill, he click call. And he finds a fold. He gets it through. Jungle Man
I will show you one card.
gets the bluff through.
I'll show you this. Was there stand up? Yeah. Is there stand up or no?
You stand up or no?
Yeah, you know everybody. I actually didn't know. It's a 6 thing. Is there stand up or no?
I'm not sure either.
There is? There is? Hey.
Henry sees the bad news.
No. It was good, right? It's 100 a player.
Is that a pair or what? Straight or pair?
Bottom pair. The pedal. That was the best hand.
Okay. Hell of a hand, Jungle. Hell of a hand. Way to show the level difference there.
Why are you trying to be tilting?
We don't know what to do here unless some good players show up.
Mariano going for the roast to Henry here.
I missed about every hand there was.
I'm trying something new, okay? Advanced strategy. I'm pushing the limits. I'm played it bit style.
Oni sú úplne, len tí ľudia sú tak zaostali, keď sa pán.
Check. Oh, put on the Robbie. Like, fucking Robbie. Robbie's so great.
Extra nechorá zaostali rasa. Neuveriteľne sprostí bastardi. Zaostali tupí hajzli, mentálni všíváci, skorumpovaní degeneráti.
I could have a lot of things. I could have a jack too, you know. I could have a jack. It's not impossible. You have the Robbie, I might have jack.
Action back to Bradley, who bet the flop on a total lark here with king 5 off. Pairing jack on the turn, making trips for jungle.
Bipolar jungle. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna see another card. Now I really might have a jack. I could have a 4.
I was gonna find a call here with the trip jacks. Full house on the end here. Queen of diamonds. Bradley hold nifty here with king 5 offsuit.
If I'm real suspicious, I could have something like that, or ace 2 or something. I could have, they have sets too, you know.
Bradley is counting out chips here. He's gonna fire. He's gonna bet 7,500 here.
5 plus, it's 5 plus 3 in the pot. It's a pot size bet almost. Yeah, it's pretty big.
Gotta admire the audacity here. Bluffing in the jungle. Win check 2. It's not gonna work, but we love to see it.
He's behind, so. If I was bluffing, I would certainly want to have a very stubborn 3-4 suited. That would be the best bluffing hand possible. I could have a pretty stubborn ace 4. I could have a pretty stubborn ace 3. Now, if I had it, I could have sets. I could have queen jack. I have sets and queen jack, basically. For the Robbie, of course. Don't forget all the fucking Robbie. I can have a lot of things. I'm all in.
Jungle with the speech, all in. Classic live poker move.
I mean, that wasn't true.
I know,
I was trying to. I don't want to not tilting you, am I?
All good, man.
Tilting me.
Jungle on a bit of an uptick here. Perhaps in more ways than one. He's on a bit of a heater.
So Nicasa, you don't want to do 400 stack
Small, it's just a waste. We're doing 400 when the blinds were half the size. Why would we do 400 now? I'll do 800.
Does anyone object to 800? Speak now.
5,000.
Would you do 600?
5,000 to go.
Oh, and these.
What's up, everybody, and thank you for joining me for another video. My name is Whack4863, but you can call me Whack. Today I want to look at daggers, and the daggers that I'm going to compare today are the Darkslayer daggers, Rex Chimera's daggers, the Liquarius Wicked Thorns, and then the Kawazon daggers. This test does exclude Mezenrock's daggers and then the Tevin's daggers as well, mainly because I don't have either one of them, but we'll get into a couple of things that I feel like you might want to look at if you have specific builds. Temid daggers could also be considered tier 2 weapons, but bottom line, I just don't have them, so I wasn't able to test them. Now, I had a whole bunch of different tests that I had planned out, like going and hitting the practice dummy until I burned through all 1 million of its health with each one of the daggers, and then taking it and fighting against bosses or doing the Gate of Infinity, and all of that's great, but at the end of the day, I think I figured out a much easier way to test this. But let's get into comparing the daggers, and then interestingly enough, depending on the build that you are going for or that you have, you may want to look for a different set of daggers. I know that the fan favorite happens to be the Liquarius's Wicked Thorns, and we'll get into why that is, but certain builds actually don't benefit from those daggers. My build is Dagger Greatsword, so Liquarius's Wicked Thorns works well with my build. So the first thing I had to do was figure out where my stat points needed to be in order to make this the best possible test I could. So I equipped each one of these different daggers without spending any stat points to see what the highest number from each one was. I then went through and distributed my points so that they would all match during these tests. 50 strength, 50 dexterity, 30 wisdom, and 50 perception is where I landed. That does leave some points that are not spent, but that's just extra damage that I would be doing. I really wanted to get a baseline for all of these weapons. So testing this turns out to be super simple. I'm simply going to attack the Sand Basilisk the exact same way with each and every dagger and then record the numbers. These two attacks this way should prompt the highest amount of damage I can get each and every time. So let's start off with the Darkslayer daggers, and what I'm going to do is use Shadow Strike, Ascending Slash, and then Guillotine Blade. And the Guillotine Blade hit for 33,000. And then for the second test, we're going to use Devastating Smash, Ascending Slash, and then Guillotine Blade. And again, the Guillotine Blade hit for 33,000. I am ignoring the heavy attacks during this test. Now for the Rex daggers with Shadow Strike, the Guillotine Blade hits for 33,000. And the Devastating Smash with the Rex Blade hits for 25,000. Now with the Kawazan Twilight daggers, Shadow Strike hits for 25,000. However, the Kawazan daggers with Devastating Smash hit for 33,000. Now for everyone's favorite, we have Liquarius's Wicked Thorns hitting for 35,000 with Shadow Strike. With Devastating Smash, it hit for 25,000. So the highest damage with Shadow Strike goes to Liquarius's Wicked Thorns with 35k damage. And then the highest damage with Devastating Smash goes to the Darkslayer daggers with 33,672. Now, 33,000 and some change was the baseline for all of the
Just Shadow
daggers
Strike.
except for Liquarius when using Devastating Smash, and there's a good reason for that. If we take a look at the info for these daggers, you can see it says base damage is increased by 25 for 3 seconds upon using dagger mobility skills. So using a mobility skill from the Greatsword does not increase that base damage. But that increased 25 base damage is the reason why we were able to get a 35,000 hit when we use Shadow Strike on the Sand Basilisk. So if you're using the Liquarius's Wicked Thorns, you need to use a mobility skill prior to using your highest damage skill. That is going to proc the 25 additional base damage, which is then multiplied by all of the damage that comes from that skill. So let's look at what mobility skills are actually available with daggers. First and foremost, we have Shadow Strike. Pretty easy to tell that's a mobility skill. We then also have Frenzied Sword Dash, although I don't know that many people actually use this skill. Block Blade is actually also listed as a mobility skill. And then the one that you may not know about is actually listed as an attack. Cleaving Moonlight is actually considered a mobility skill because it moves your character in the direction of the enemy. So if you're using Liquarius's Wicked Thorns, you want to make sure that you are using one of those mobility skills prior to using your skill that's doing the most damage. So there's definitely an upside to using Aquarius's Wicked Thorns if you are using the mobility skills in order to get that additional damage. However, if you happen to be a ranged character like a staff dagger, Aquarius may not be the right fit for you. Simply put, if you're not using those mobility
Berkant,
skills,
Julio, Berkant.
you're leaving something else on the table.
Berkant.
Some of your daggers will allow you to get an additional 11 strength
Berkant.
and 1525 health. You can
Berkant,
also
bitches.
unlock additional health
Čistý
as a
Berkant.
trait on these daggers. So these daggers would definitely be good with like an Adentis Greatsword, or if you're just looking to have
Berkant,
more
bitches.
CP health. Rex Chimera daggers have the highest amount of dexterity that you can get from any dagger. If you're looking for an absolute fast-paced build, the Rex Chimera's Fangs with the Duke Magnus Fury Warblade is an absolute blender of a build. And then if you're someone that wants to stand at range and not be up in the fight, I would recommend Kawazan's Twilight Daggers for the additional critical hit chance increases of 125 during the day and 250 at night. But again, and I can't stress this enough, that's only if you're not using the mobility skills from daggers. Now we still need to test the
2954.
because we get that additional 250
Solidno.
critical hit chance. Now, this is
Solidno.
a test with these stats exactly the same.
Tučná, ako
Just
Kovazany
so
sú
the
tučné.
same basilisks do take additional damage at night. So with the Shadow Strike combo, we are going to
Kovazany sú
get
tučné, to sú také bastardy, chore.
48,000 damage.
Chore bastardy.
And then for the devastating
Takže toto predsa nerozbijeme a predáme. Predsa nerozbijeme a predáme, zlustrujeme.
Going a little bit further with this test, I'm going to show you each dagger with the exact setup that I would run them with. So the
Kovazany sú drsné.
amount of stat points spent.
No, oni majú silné, ale oni sú
with every
lacné, ty
dagger,
kokos.
and they all come
690
in a
bobanov
little
iba.
bit different. So at night, Kawazan Daggers with the Shadow Strike comes in at 39,000 damage, almost 40k. And then with the Devastating Smash, we're going to end up right about the same place with another 30.
Ale nemajú ten náraz. Nemajú ten
The
náraz.
important thing about the Kawazan Daggers is just the additional critical hit chance. With
Chýba
the
im náraz.
Darkslayer Daggers, it took me a ton of time to actually get a critical hit to proc. I kept doing this over and over, getting the lower end of the numbers to actually come up. But when I finally hit the critical hit, it was absolutely amazing, coming in at over 40k with that dagger. So you can see 40,255 right there, and then with Devastating Smash, we have another 40,266. But the inconsistency of not hitting those critical attacks on a regular basis with these daggers makes it so that I only want to recommend them if you need the help. Rex's daggers were also pretty inconsistent on hitting the criticals, even though I was able to get all the way up to 70 dexterity with this setup. But when we did finally hit the criticals, we came in with 31,000 with Shadow Strike, and then a whopping 40,000 with the Devastating Smash. Aquarius actually presented its own set of problems as well, whether it was not getting the critical hits or actually killing the enemies before I got to use the Guillotine Blade. And the only reason why I was able to kill these Sand Basilisks without the Guillotine Blade attack with the Aquarius Wicked Thorns is because that 25 base damage applies to all damage dealt within that 3 seconds. So it doesn't matter whether it's critical hit or not, you are applying an additional 25 damage before all the other multipliers of those skills with Aquarius's Wicked Thorns. And as a pro tip, that pairs really well with Umbral Spirit. But getting to some actual numbers here, when it did crit, with Devastating Smash, it did 40,081. And then with Shadow Strike, it did 42,500. Now, even though Aquarius's Gale Blade, the stat that's on the daggers, says it only lasts for 3 seconds, it is actually increased by your buff duration. So every time I use a mobility skill, I actually get just about 5 seconds of that buff to have those attacks deal an additional 25 damage. And honestly, since I use Junobot's Warblade, I'm probably going to continue to use the Kawazan daggers for some time and see how I really feel about whether I'm getting more critical hits with it than I am with the Laquarius's Wicked Thorns. The reason why is that Junobot's blade has a very low base damage at the lowest and a very high base damage at the highest. So the more critical hits that I can get, the more DPS I'll be putting out. But don't take that as a recommendation to switch over to the Kawazan daggers. My suggestion is if you're doing a dagger build where you're using those mobility skills on a regular basis, absolutely 100% stick with the Laquarius's Wicked Thorns. If you are not using those mobility skills, you can supplement any other dagger so that you're getting the bonuses that you're looking for, whether that be max health, whether that be dexterity, or whether that is the additional critical hit chance from the Kawazan dagger. I'd like to thank all my YouTube members.
Jevžena Gregor, Manticore, bratia.
Don't forget to whack the like button.
Manticore, bratia, Jevžena Gregor.
For more content. And if you don't want to be out of whack, there's another video on the screen right now. That you
Jevžen a Gregor.
The new Birkin daggers have just been released, and many of you are wondering, should you be using them, particularly for PvE? So in this video, we're going to compare them exactly against the Peerless daggers, and I'll even throw in the Destiny binders.
Ale ticho, trepeš, ty trepeš nohy, Ty trepeš nohy, to je tvoj problém. Jevžena Gregor. Chlapina vylízala. Zabite Jevžena alebo Gregora. Zabite Jevžena alebo Gregora. Zložia Jevžena alebo Gregora, ty pičusovia chóri. Dobre. Over. O, je to solidno. Je to solidno. A to potom resetnú nejaké špaky. Tieto veci budem musieť rozbiť a dať na predaj. Prišiel som o nejaké peniaze, ale fine. No big deal. No big deal. Čo mi stále noc? Už ide do... Oni trepú trošku hnoje. To píčusové. No. Potom je resetnúť. Ja tu mám túto krekerku. Jevžena Gregor. Manticore, bratia. Mati kamaráti, ježi na karibu. Budeme si musia studeného držgača. Studeného drží ho. Dáme si studeného držgača. Budeme doraziť poslednú kryptu. Odteraz buď video Lizardov, alebo nebude misia v ten deň. Ale točia sa iba a iba Lizardi. No ty braťo. No ako len komentár, že že som urobil veľkú chybu s tou Shadow Crypto, že som uzoval. Ako naozaj radšej žiadna misia ako Shadow Crypto. Michalka som včera pozeral. Pozerali sme, čo? Očividno. Mám žiadny podmaz, čo? Bo to bez podmazu. Nie je to žiadny podmaz.
Since League of Legends launched in 2009, there have been countless strategies and metas that in some way broke the game's balance. There is one specific meta in 2018 that is credited not only with ruining solo queue, but also professional play. This meta was so hated by the players, the casters, and the viewers at home that Riot was forced to intervene. Meanwhile, in solo queue, this is what was happening. We'll be talking more about that later. This nightmare meta had such an impact that to this day, 7 years later, it is still considered by many to be the worst that the game has ever seen. It was so despised that Riot is still actively making changes to keep this strategy from ever returning. But it's so strong and so smart that it keeps coming back anyway. If you played League back then, you already know what I'm talking about. This video is going to cover the rise and fall of the funnel meta, and the legacy of one of the most toxic and hated metas of all time.
Taking over pretty much every region right now. It feels really well. I think the balance shooter, most pros just balance shooter.
Jo za kokotov zastup.
Most players at home also think the balance shooter. They're clearly just about not letting G2 play this like really stupid funnel format.
Oh, what's that? You don't like it? This looks like it's a practice game. The observer's like, yeah, we'll just play fun stuff. No, this is the meta.
Like, why is that in the game?
The funnel meta is one of the most well-known in League's history, but for those who are lucky enough to have not lived through it, the strategy involves funneling as many resources as possible onto one single player. This was in the form of a laner and jungle duo, usually in the mid lane. One player played a carry and the other a supportive champion. The carry would clear the jungle, taking all the gold and experience. The support would stay in lane and hold the waves, and the carry could farm it instead. This meant that the carry would be getting double the amount of gold and experience that they were actually balanced around packing in a normal game of League. And this broke League's balance entirely. The funnel strategy overall was a disaster for professional play and led to some of the most ridiculous competitive matches of all time, including a game that had 3 smites and no jungler. But before we talk about that, we need to look at where this meta even came from, who discovered it, and how. Well, if you look it up, you'll find all sorts of information saying that it started in 2018. This is partially true, but it goes back way further than that, to a different game mode entirely. Twisted Treeline 3v3. This was an old League of Legends game mode that was removed in 2019. For years, funneling was the meta in this game mode. One champion would take all of the resources from the top lane and the jungle, and it's really the origin of the funnel meta in League. Even on Summoner's Rift, parts of the funnel strategy had started to show up very early on. In Season 2 and 3, it was expected in competitive play that you'd see the mid laner take pulls or race constantly due to the lead that it would give in lane. Then, of course, they'd start taking this buff too. Jungling was truly a miserable experience. In 2017, though, a full year before the funnel strategy gained popularity, boosters on the Chinese servers were using it as their go-to strategy. You can even find posts from people around this time confused about what this strategy was, asking for explanations about how they lost so fast with seemingly no counterplay. These boosters relied on ranking accounts up quickly and reliably to make a living. So if there's an optimal way to rank up, they're going to find it. And that is exactly what happened. Master Yi and Tyrant would eventually become the basis of the funnel strategy, but on the Chinese server, it was originally played mostly with Kayle instead of Tyrant, using her ultimate to make Yi. Kayle would heal and buff Yi while building items like Ardent Sensor and Knight's Vow. Ardent Sensor, even on its own, was very strong at this point. It's worth noting that even though this was long before the World's 2018 incident, people knew Ardent was going to be a problem. But that's a story for a different video, which you should definitely check out. After collecting as much gold and experience as possible, Master Yi would just stat check anyone in his way. It didn't matter if it was one person or 5 people. No need for skill expression, no need to counter anything. Just right-click and let the enormous experience and gold difference do all the work. There was really nothing that could be done by the enemy laner to deal with this when done properly. Once Kayle hit level 6, they would just walk on you under your tower, and you would just lose. This is all based around solo queue though. It wasn't until 2018 that the funnel strategy really started to get popular and made its way into pro play. There were a ton of balance changes that Riot had recently made which contributed to this. Patch 8.10 nerfed early game junglers, reducing the experience they received. It also massively buffed Scuttlecrab, shout out to me. It now gave over 10 times the experience at level 1 and double the gold, both scaling even further throughout the game. This was a huge buff to funneling, which because the team that was doing it was able to have complete control of Scuttlecrab as they had permanent lane priority. There was nothing that could be done to contest them, especially because early game junglers had just been nerfed. So there was even less of a chance of successfully contesting the duo. This was also a time when challenging Smite still existed, and it was ridiculously strong. It basically made it impossible to lose most 1v1s. It dealt damage over time, it made the enemy deal less damage to you, it revealed them, it took their lunch money. There's not much that it didn't do. Patch 8.11 also nerfed AD carry as a role, brutally, to the point where it was normal to see champions like Yasuo, Vlad, or Heimerdinger instead. As a result, AD carries relied on either having massively increased income from funnel or built mostly AP items, like Kai'Sa. All of these things happened leading up to the 2018 LCK Summer Split, and in the very first match, this is what happened.
LCK, here we go. Summer 2018, repeating yourself. Oh, Marcus is running out on the blue side. They want to do the top. MVP is playing it solo here. To me, the only thing he first picked the Nunu is take the doubles. And we went out Tara, he gets it. We're getting it.
It's happening.
We're popping off in the first game.
The first game of LCK 2018 Summer. And we're going to get it right away. Karthus gets locked in. There is no secret as to what's going on now.
Let it walk, Obi. This is the new meta.
This is why I'm laughing. Nobody's in the mid lane. It's just like, it's 2v2 in the jungle right now.
The game progressed slowly, with both teams just taking jungle camps and sparing waves. Eventually, the two funnel duos encountered each other in the river, and it was time for some impressive gameplay.
We're going to have our first 2v2 fight. The particle ultimately comes down, and Bono is just going to get demolished. Tempt is going to go down too. Even burns his flats, unfortunately. Will be ulting here, but Max is going to survive. And now Ignar on the run. Really nowhere for him to go. Should be an easy 3-0 for MVP.
And you only need one. Maybe Massey is truly the chosen one. He's got 3.
Even though it was the first pro game of this strategy really being played, it was already becoming clear that it was difficult to deal with and maybe not the most engaging to watch.
That's frustrating because you can lose the game to that. It filters through. Now you're gonna have to put in some legit traps or waste a lot of damage on some of the stuff.
Here's the engage. You're not giving away from him this time, but still ultimate nine off of a shield, and that's gonna do it. They lost their damage. Where even is Karthus? He disappeared. He's not even here. He's up in the top lane, and that's it. He didn't even need the Orin ultimate.
The funnel meta was out in full force. It was a strong strategy in pro play, but it wasn't required. It could be beaten with a lot of coordination and careful drafting. Riot was hesitant to make changes to funnel at the time because they wanted to see what players would do and how the meta would evolve. This is what Freak had to solve.
Mordekaiser as a support, push for one in jungle, Terra support plus an asset.
What is it doing?
As well, a lot of things that's out there. And ultimately, everything is in flux. We don't know for sure what the best strategies are. We see teams run both, or one or the other, or neither, and that's what the team thinks is best. Over the next few weeks, we're going to solidify what is the reducing force for them. I think we'll see some teams say, nope, we are a marksman team, and some teams say, nope, we are a mage team, or we are a super team, or whatever. I think it's really cool that teams can figure out how they play the game.
Meanwhile, in solo queue, this nightmare was occurring. Less than 1 week after his initial comments on the funnel strategy, Freak released a patch rundown video. In it, he addressed the impact the funnel was having on solo queue specifically. According to him, Taric and Yi were actually the highest win rate duo in League of all time.
Master Yi Taric, from what I have heard, is the single highest duo in all of League of Legends. Master Yi Taric's win rate is so high, it is higher than peak Zyra Rakan ever was. And we all know peak Zyra Rakan was real dumb and made everything about them. Master Yi Taric is way better than any of that ever was. It's actually insane. And it's so strong the game is about them as opposed to the rest of the game of League of Legends. And so, while I think funny can be interesting, and can be a cool approach to do, and I'm actually okay with it being it is so good if it works the game entirely and it is
Before talking about the nerfs, let me take a moment to introduce you to the sponsor of this video, who you've probably heard of. War Thunder. War Thunder is the most comprehensive vehicle combat game you can play, and is available now completely for free on PC, console, and mobile. There's over 2,500 tanks, planes, helicopters, and ships to choose from, anything from the biplanes of the 1920s to the fighter jets of today. War Thunder even has a new mobile version available on both iOS and Android, so you can play it wherever you go. They have detailed vehicles, realistic graphics, and authentic sounds to provide the best experience possible. War Thunder has a community of over 70 million players, and best of all, you can join it completely for free using my download links below to sign up. If you make a new account or haven't played in 6 months, you'll also receive a bonus pack for PC or console players. You'll get 3 premium vehicles and a 50% experience and income boost, among other bonuses, like 100,000 silver lions. This offer is available for a limited time only, so there's never been a better time to try it out. Thanks again to War Thunder for sponsoring this video, and let's jump back into it. The patch nerfed Master Yi, Taric, and Nunu. Some important context is that the patch rundown is from June 26th, and the funnel strategy had just made its appearance in Pro Play 2 weeks ago. Master Yi and Taric work well together for mostly obvious reasons, like their ults. But on top of that, Taric basically turned Yi's Alpha Strike into a guaranteed point-click stun, which was clearly really engaging and a lot of fun to play against. Nunu, on the other hand, was usually paired with Carathis, because Nunu's Blood Boil also increased the target's ability power by 40% at max rank to a cap, which let Carathis do this. Since Funnel had appeared in competitive though, pro players began using all sorts of different duos. Lucian and Braum, Alistar and Kai'Sa, Taric and Kai'Sa, Braum and Kai'Sa, Nunu and Kai'Sa, Talia and Alistar were even being played and find in success. One match even had Faker on Taric against a Camille and Braum duo.
League of Legends in a while, just come on in and just don't tell them anything. If they play this, speak to the silver listeners of Baker to say, hey, you know, I've known this the best player in the world. I'm going to play hard and heal and exhaust. Genji just
Plešinka, našek normálne.
Strategically, it made sense. Even if you ignore the synergy between specific champions, like Taric and Yi, Funnel as a strategy was just smart. It made sense to double the resources of one carry instead of splitting it 2 ways. But Funnel did fundamentally break how the game was designed, because champions were balanced based on having around a certain amount of resources at each point in the game. That is, unless you're in solo queue, and your bot lane is 0 and 10. The strategy actually got even more creative, because during week 6 of the LCK Summer Split, MVP ran 3 smites, 1 in each lane with 2 champions for utility, and they had no dedicated jungler.
Right there. This is definitely will be weird enough. This was the end.
Before the 3-minute mark, MVP had both their top and mid lane duos hoping to invade and take enemy camps.
If one funnel is wrong, 2 funnels make a right. I've decided that instead of talking about strategy here, I'm just going to let it play out and think about it after the fact. My brain power is limited. It's the 7th game of the night. 7th game of the night, we've got bot lane solo Karthus, Smite teleport, with support Trundle roaming around the jungle, and Max with a Smite Mordecai as a top lane. 2v1 against them.
By putting 2 players mid and 2 players top, they had priority in both lanes, and also put more gold onto their carries than the other team could. They actually went on to win that game. It was a really interesting innovation, and it is really cool to see even now. But as interesting as Funnel was, and as strong as it was, the strategy still wasn't being played in every game. It wasn't the only option available, and it wasn't unbeatable. Pro players could coordinate and defeat this strategy in a way that simply could not happen in solo queue. During Misfits versus Fnatic, for example, Misfits countered this strategy by invading early.
Wasn't reckless solo queue. As you guys can see now, he might have died. Oh, flashing away from that one. It's a very long level 1 fight.
He's ongoing top lane. There's some action as well, but nowhere near as important as what's going on down here. Hennesang pushed out towards
It's not over yet.
Side. They're just going to keep pushing forward.
Oh, no flash!
There's the stun. Rockstar flashes away. The dazzle not enough. Rockstar will be the first to fall, and first blood goes to Misfits. But here comes the flash. He steals the red buff and gets level 2.
Okay, so the entire thing that happens here is when you're against this strategy where you want to force feed this mid laner with smite, Caps in this case on the Kai'Sa. Teams really want to invade early on, try to drop this early.
33% of his team got it. Oh, the lightning connected. Down, but it has nothing left. Misfits once again stating their dominance over Fnatic.
We always said the entire goal with the main team for Misfits is to stop Caps from just taking jungle camps. And if you shut down Caps, there is no damage on Fnatic's side. Caps was still able to get his early farm, but Misfits showed, hey, you don't even have a jungler. Our bot lane can just win. And they went bot lane. Hatsama gets the first kill. Hatsama gets the second kill by just making land and binding. And suddenly, the entire strategy of jungle going on to Caps and will take over the game to a high level.
Misfits went on to win that game, and in BBQ versus HLE, they used the exact same strategy.
Level 1 though, that's even louder. The axe is going to miss though. Got an undertow. Mikey didn't go. Tent is going to have to flash. After the second one lands, that's the flash in. The apprehend taken level 1, and there's a Soraka grabbing first blood.
Because one team didn't really have a jungler, the side lanes were also vulnerable to being ganked. Plus, if you managed to put the hyper carry behind, the game was basically over, because they would all damage on the team. Some teams, though, like G2, did find a ton of success with it. After week 2 of the EU LCS, Perkz had a KDA of 49-1, while Yanigos had a KDA of 50-1. The twist is that even though the strategy wasn't mandatory, and even though it could be beaten, everybody seemed to hate it, including Yanigos.
Please just change the gold funneling strat so I don't need to play Braum again. But I think it's fun. I really think it's fun. Don't get me wrong, I love the fact that you can play everything everywhere you want, and I love the fact that sometimes you can go for the gold fueling instead of normal jungle. Yeah, it's just so boring sometimes when you're just sitting on stage and you're just like shielding people and like hitting minions. And I honestly don't know how support players can play support.
And let's face it, no one really wants to watch the best mid laners in the world play Taric from SVE. This is why, only 2 weeks after Freak's comments about waiting to see how the meta would evolve, Riot Meddler made a post addressing the bubble strategy, because the feedback around it was so bad. In the post, Meddler said the gold funneling simply made lanes play out in an uninteractive way. Plus, putting 2 income streams, one from the lane, one from the jungle, onto a single champion was going to cause even bigger issues with balance. At the 15-minute mark, the champion that was funneling would already have about 50% more gold than the enemy laner. He went on to say that they couldn't find a fix that was low on disruptions with more physical gameplay, while still meeting their design values on intuitiveness and clarity. Even though the solution, they thought funnel was too much of an issue, and they were going to go ahead with a temporary solution anyway, that Meddler called a pretty ugly one. When a Riot employee is telling you they're going to implement a change that even they call ugly and heavy-handed, you know you're about to witness a circus. The Band-Aid fix was to heavily reduce the gold received from lane minions if you had a jungle item and also the most gold on your team. This is what Freak had to say about it during the patch rundown 1 week later.
This is going to be a contentious change, but I want to bring up several topics here, okay? Let's talk about, 1, should funneling be nerfed? Now, I think yes. You might have a different opinion, but I think funneling should be nerfed. In appeal to authority, both pros of funneling should be nerfed. I have seen most players at home also think funneling. I think the majority of the league is saying, hey, we don't find this fun, we don't find this interesting, we don't want funneling to be a thing anymore. So I think the idea of, hey, let's find a way to nerf funneling is for most people, the majority, removing it is a good thing.
The most interesting thing about the funnel strategy and what Riot was trying to do is that they weren't trying to balance it. They were trying to remove it. And they were doing this not because it was always played or because it was always the best strategy. It was being removed because it wasn't fun to watch, it wasn't engaging to play, and it wasn't even interesting to cast. Funnel wasn't allowed to exist because it wasn't how they wanted the game to be played. And to be fair, most of the League community didn't want it either. To say that the nerf to remove Funnel was ugly is a bit of an understatement.
Is this the right thing? Because you're trying to have as little fallout, as little knock-on effects as possible. You want to be as least painful as you can to the rest of the game. So how do you do that while still nerfing funneling? This was the best idea that it felt like they'd come up with. If you have a better idea, I'm sure they would love to hear it. Leave comments in the video, leave comments in the patch notes, put it on, Medalist Stuff that he puts out every couple of days. I'm sure they would love to have a better solution out there that is not painful to the game. But this is probably the least painful one to come up with, and the least painful one that I can think of as well.
The nerf that Freak was referring to was the addition of the Monster Hunter passive to the jungle items. If you had a jungle item and also the most gold on your team, you received 10 less gold for killing lane minions.
Now, I do want to point out, though, that if you have the most gold on your team, losing 60 gold per minion is a loss. It's a substantial amount of gold lost. Like 60 gold per wave is what you get just from passive gold generation. Like imagine this thing that it's just funneling, passive gold generation goes off. Like that feels insane on paper. And yet it's actually the same change here as long as last hitting.
This change was really bad for junglers of all kinds, especially carry junglers. There is no worse feeling in League than being forced to jungle and then also having 3 losing lanes. In this case, you're basically guaranteed to have the most gold on your team. And because your laners are losing, you'll often have the gold or fair waves for them. As jungler, it's part of the job. This means that if you were playing your role correctly, you could actually be punished by this mechanic for doing the right thing. You could be punished for playing well. Not only would you already be more likely to lose the game because your teammates are performing badly, you are also getting less gold to carry with. It's a lose-lose situation. If you chose to not collect the gold in a lane, then that gold is completely wasted. If you did collect the gold, you were trading your time, and therefore your pressure on the map for a very low amount of resources. But did Riot's Band-Aid fix have the intended effect? Did it remove funneling as a viable strategy?
It's been a wild ride these past few weeks, watching teams around the world try different variations of funnel. And I think pros and fans will all agree, funneling's actually kind of linked. So patch 8.14, Riot used a Band-Aid nerf to determine the play style. That would boost the amount of gold you own to killing lane minions if you have multiple on your team while doing items. Here are the gold graphs of recently the North American LCS. But the green light is the funnel. That is Cody's son.
As you can see by the gold charge, yeah, it worked. This was the end of funnel in pro play for now. We'll get to that soon. There's more to this story, and it's probably not what you expect. In Riot's effort to remove funnel, they may have accidentally caused the rise of a certain player with a very interesting playstyle. The Monster Hunter passive went through a lot of changes and variations over time, and I do mean a lot. It was initially removed in patch 8.23. Riot said that it was no longer needed because they were making changes that were intended to mitigate the gold funnel strategy. As a result, it wasn't needed anymore. These changes included a rework of the bounty system and the introduction of perfect plating. There is one specific player who became known for his playstyle which used these 2 mechanics very well, and I think you already know who it is.
There are 2 demon kings in League of Legends. The one who dies all the time and the one who wins everything. And the one who dies all the time just won the 1v1.
He missed his cue. Faker, oh, misses the last cue, but also that's so much damage from the champ.
All I'm going to say is, and then getting best way to play combat. It's crazy. go again, getting saving yourself. That's 2 pumps and 600 goals. You get 2 pumps and 600 goals building, and you bounty
Funny enough, 2 months later, in patch 9.1, Riot reintroduced the Monster Hunter passive anyway. And the reason they brought it back was again to counter gold funneling, because once the passive was removed, it immediately started gaining popularity in solo queue.
Monster Hunter is back. I remember last time we talked about this, the question was, okay, can you make it better if statement for Monster Hunter? It's fairly unintrusive for that particular game. It's a pretty good if statement, and it certainly kills fun.
For the sake of solo queue alone, Riot has had to make change after change to the Monster Hunter passive to keep funneling out of the game. Even now, a variation of this passive still exists, and players still occasionally complain about this strategy showing up in solo queue. Carrick and Master Yi in particular seem to come up often in these discussions, due to how easy it is to utilize and how much people struggle to counter it in uncoordinated solo queue games. So, funneling came back in solo queue, but what about pro play? Well, in the 2019 LEC Spring Finals,
It now says
There's a bike! We got a bike! Let's go! Wait, that's a smite on perks. I think they might be doing a funnel, ladies and gentlemen.
What? How is that going to work with this composition and a funnel bomb? Okay, now, let's step back. It's been a long time since we have seen funnel bombs. Just power on. Right, here's a flash of first oil, but let's turn around damage. This is going like a full back. We can survive! First blood! This type of funnel composition. Now the low damage on the cap. The crescendo comes down from Patrick, but there's no blow-off. There's nothing more to do. G2 can get another 5-0-5. Perks is on our rampage, and I have a quick stat for you. When the G2 Esports ran funnel bombs in summer of 2018, they went undefeated 5-0. In the finals of spring, they are looking to continue that streak 6-0. At 24.5 minutes, G2 Esports funnel their way to victory.
G2 had once again put Jankos on a support champion and added another win to their flawless funnel record. People were excited to see funnel in this case, because it was used as a counter to the Tariff and Summer Comp, so it was the lesser of two evils. Plus, it was just exciting because no one expected it. Overall, though, the player base does not look kindly upon the funnel strategy, and I think that this thread really puts into perspective just how hated it is. It asked what people thought was League's equivalent to Brigitte from Overwatch. The top comment was the funnel meta, and it actually makes sense. Brigitte famously broke Overwatch, and Blizzard had to intervene. They made fundamental changes to how the game worked, resulting in the introduction of the 2-2-2 roll-off. This is similar to how Funnel forced Riot to introduce the Monster Hunter passive, to rework the bounty system, and even introduce tower plays. But Funnel is a bit of an odd case, because Brigitte was a character that was designed and added to the game intentionally. Somehow. In the case of Funnel, it came about naturally. It had started on Twisted Tree Line and was first used in 5v5 by boosters. But very quickly, everyone grew to hate it, including players, and Riot was forced to act. Riot historically does receive a lot of criticism for enforcing the meta, but in this case, it was welcomed by the community. I think it's a shame that this meta was often so uninteresting to watch. Seeing 3 smites on a team, for example, was really unexpected, and it's nice to see weird strategies once in a while. The final twist about the funnel strategy is that a version of funnel has been in the meta for a very long time. The meta that Riot often does enforce. The support role on its own is kind of a form of funnel that's in basically every game. The entire role is built for this purpose with items designed around it. One player is choosing to not collect resources so that another player can. This is funneling. The difference is that in bot lane, one champion is receiving golden experience from one source, the lane. What was happening with the funnel strategy is that one champion would be receiving all of the golden experience from 2 different sources, the lane and the jungle. With that said, you could even consider more modern strategies, like Janna Top with Smite, to also be a form of funneling. The point of the strategy isn't to funnel the gold to your jungler, but it's still free farm for whoever can take it. And with that, we have covered the legacy of one of the most hated metas in League's history. I'm curious, what are your thoughts on the funnel strategy? Do you think that it's for the best that Riot removed it, and do you think they should continue to keep it out of the meta? Or would you actually like to see it return? And what meta would you like me to cover next? Let me know down below. Before finishing up, thanks again to this video's sponsor, War Thunder. It's available for free on PC, PlayStation, Xbox, and mobile. You can check it out and take advantage of the bonus pack by using either of my links in the description or the pinned comment. If you've made it all the way to the end of this video, I want to take a moment to thank you for supporting the channel. Every time I upload a video of me yapping about League, it blows my mind how much support I get. Even with a lot of that support being about how I sound like a robot. I just wanted to say how grateful I am that I get to make content like this. So again, thank you very much for watching, and I hope you have a great day. League has a long history of incredibly overpowered items, way too many to cover in one single video. So this video is going to look at one specific item and the absolutely catastrophic effect it had on League. This item was so busted that it is famously credited for single-handedly ruining a tournament. It defined the meta both in solo queue and in competitive, and is regarded as one of the worst in League's history. This item was so ridiculously overtuned that the top priority of every team was to stack gold on their support as fast as possible, the complete opposite of how the role is designed to operate. Not only that, it was so important to get this item that AD carry players would start with the support item to funnel gold to the support. Anyone who played League in 2017 is already breaking into a cold sweat just at the thought of this meta. This is the story of how Ardent Censer, one of the most broken items in League history, created one of the worst metas in League history, and how Riot let it happen.
We do get Ardent Censer here from RNG. The race for completing Ardent Censer support.
Rushing Ardent Censer on the support.
You said the magic word, Papa Smithy, non-interactive, and the Janna is locked in.
Ardent Censer was originally added in Season 4, and you might think that this is the season where all of this happened. It is not. The item was pretty unpopular. In Season 4, it only granted attack speed to the ally that you had buffed. The version that existed for Worlds 2017 granted allies attack speed, on-hit damage, and on-hit healing. Before we talk more about the impact this had on solo queue and on competitive, you need to understand the math behind this item. To begin with, the actual stats from the item itself had a value of about 2,100 gold. The item actually cost 2,300 gold. This seems pretty reasonable, but you were building it for the effects that it gave your allies, not the stats that it gave you. These effects are not included in the 2,100 gold amount. The 25% attack speed it granted and the 25 on-hit damage it granted each provided your ally with 625 gold of stats. And that's completely ignoring the on-hit healing of 25 per hit. The math is a little trickier here, but at level 8 your AD carry would have around 150 attack damage. Healing for 25 per hit is about the same as having 17% lifesteal at this point, which is around 630 gold value. The AD carry is actually getting about 1,880 gold of bonus stats just from Ardent Censer's buffs. This means that Ardent Censer provided about 3,980 gold of stats total for the 2,300 gold you spent on it. Keep in mind, these effects could be applied to many champions at once. If Soraka or Janna use their ult, they could generate over 7,000 gold of stats to their team, not including the value from the ability that is actually applying the Ardent Censer effect. And all of this math is completely ignoring the 10% bonus healing and shielding also attached to the item. I want to be clear here. If Janna clicked E on a carry a single time, they would receive the following: a 240 health shield increased by Windspeaker's Blessing and increased again by Ardent Censer.
League of Legends has been in a period of heavy stagnation throughout 2025 so far, despite Season 13 doing its best to shake things up with the new approach they've taken regarding Noxus and Ionia themes, as well as the inclusion of the new Otacon and Fear Strength objectives. Public attitude towards the game has never been this low. Viewership is down across all platforms, YouTube and Twitch. The game has seen a noticeable drop in monthly active players, and even Fortnite has been losing viewership. Previously, LCS and LAC would get concurrence in the six-figure mark. Now, LTA, as it's called, struggles to barely reach 20k. EU is doing a bit better in this department thanks to the help of K-Troll, but I think it's safe to say League is starting to really suffer not just in viewing interest, but also player interest. Granted, the game is nowhere close to being dead. You can still queue up and get your users super quickly. But compared to how ubiquitous it was back in the 2010s and during the pandemic, this has to be the worst edition I've ever seen League. There are a variety of factors that are present when it comes to League's decline over the past few years. In my Why No One Plays episode on it, I talked about all the company decisions they made that backfired spectacularly, but that's not what we're going to be discussing today. Discussing the current biggest problem with League of Legends. I want to start off by saying, obviously there's a lot more than just one problem that is resulting in anything
Nikdy viac Shadow Cliffa, nikdy viac. Neexistuje, radšej nebudem robiť. Keď sa stráti s týmto hovnom. Hej, to je presne ono, 2 hodiny stojím v rúte. Po jednom ich tuto razím, jak jebo. Nikdy viac.
Definitely the notion that League has been the same for the past 3 years, in my opinion anyway. Nothing has really changed with the game on a drastic level for a while. Even though champions have been getting adjusted, new items have come and gone, and we even got new objectives and so on, the overall feel of the game has been in a standstill since like 2023. Back when I reviewed the Season 15 changes, I couldn't help but notice how bland it felt. Visually speaking, it was excellent that Riot was finally changing up Summoner's Rift to fit a Noxian theme and then later an Ionian theme. But when I saw the patch notes at 15.1, it came out kind of bare bones. There were only 4 notable changes to the game. Otacon beats of strength, respawning Nexus turrets, and the changes to teleport. That is all. Don't get me wrong, Otacon was a big deal, evidenced by how many times it had to get nerfed, and the feats of strength finally gave us tier 3 boots, although only for one team. But 15.1 just didn't have the same game-warping feel as the new season updates of past years. I was under the impression that since they were splitting the year up into 3 parts, maybe they would do something great for the second and third split, so that the bulk of 2025 would be evenly distributed instead of all at once. But after seeing the Ionian update and finding out all they really did was change Otacon, I was underwhelmed by how little there was. It was hyped up to be this big expansion on the same level as the Noxus update, but new game mode aside, it came off like just another patch. Though 2025 was the biggest offender so far, 2024 was also kind of mellow for a new season update. We got void grubs, minor structural changes to the Rift, and some new items, but there wasn't a whole system revamp or anything like that. Quite the opposite, Mythic items got taken out. 2023 was also kind of barren. Being the last year of Mythics, we got some new items like Jakshul, Radiant Virtue, Heartsteel, a lot of Aegis came back, Jungle got a quality of life update, and they reinstated the Chemtrade. But the essence of the game felt like the exact same as the year before. Altogether, 2023 didn't feel too different from 2024, which didn't feel too different from 2025. A number of you might disagree that seasons 13 and 14 were small for a new season, so out of consideration for that, let me give you examples of past seasons that fundamentally altered League of Legends. The most recent example would assuredly have to be Mythic items being introduced in 2021. What made this so impactful was that it presented a complete and total overhaul of one of the most integral mechanics in the game, items. I'm not talking half a dozen, I'm talking quite literally every item in the game got changed more or less. Not just that, but we added brand new class of items, mythics, containing items that shaped your playstyle to a huge extent. For instance, it was the first time AD carries and boosters had a dash item. There hasn't been an item overhaul this big in like forever. The whole shop UI had to get changed, and players spent the first month of preseason basically relearning the game on account of every single champion having to reconfigure their builds. Those are the kind of changes that made preseason so exciting. Even the solo queue rankings did not matter throughout this time. What kept it fresh and dynamic was all the stuff we had to playtest and experiment. The craziest part is, relative to other preseasons, the mythic item system is actually near the bottom of this build, which really goes to show you how different every new year of the game was, and all the more reason why we feel so stagnant today. Season 10 may not have had that many adjustments in the item and champion department, but what it did bring was a full expansion to the Dragon objective in the form of the Dragon Soul. The advent of Dragon Soul as well as the new superpowered Elder Dragon buff would change the late game experience of the game thereafter because of how massive those buffs were. Permanent global stat increases of that caliber were never seen before in the history of the game. If you take a look at Dragon Soul, any of them, they may as well be a 7th item. The new Elder Dragon buff may have single-handedly lowered the average game time of all matches after 2020. When the community found out that Elder Dragon could execute below 25% health, people were going crazy. Before Season 10, objectives would have a measurable
Nikdy viac światełka jest
however, you could still overcome them through calculated play or hunkering down until the temporary ones expired. But Dragon Soul and Elder Dragon gave you such an overwhelming lead that it would only be a matter of time before you lost. Statistically, the team with Dragon Soul averages an 80 to 90% win rate. It's nearly impossible to come back from. So even though 2020 didn't have that many changes in quantity, the new features they brought in completely warped our understanding of the mid to late game and made Dragons go from an optimal thing you could skip a couple of to priority number 1. Think of the present day and how many teams get anxious when the enemy team has 3 dragons and the 4th one is coming up. Were it not for Dragon Soul, that wouldn't be as big of a cause for concern. Arguably the largest updates I've ever seen made to the game would have to be
Budeš sa Liga Retardov znova?
5 through 7 because technically these changes happened over the course of 2 years. In a given patch, the most number of champions you'd see getting updates to their gameplay beyond the realm of boss and nurse is at most like 3. Even mid-scope updates don't come too often, which is why the class updates from 2015 to 2017 were so unprecedented. From version 5.16 to 7.9, approximately half the roster got reworked in some shape or form. Not just small adjustments either, a number of them were significantly changed. Beginning with the Juggernaut update in 5.16, we had 4 major changes and 1 minor. Then the Marksman update in 5.22 saw retrofits to virtually the entire AD carry roster. Caitlyn, Corki, Graves, Coughlin, Misfortune, and Quinn got the big ones, while the remaining were given small ones. 6.9 had the mage update, focusing on Brand, Cassiopeia, Nazahar, Vel'Koz, Vladimir, and Zyra, with minor updates given to 8 others. They then wrapped up with the Assassins in 6.22, then Tanks in 7.9. For 2 years, they spent every preseason and mid-season reworking champion resets for upwards of half a dozen at a time. When that many cast members get simultaneously changed, especially categorically, you're essentially playing a brand new game all over again. When ADCs got mixed up in preseason 6, you had to learn all their new quirks and stuff. Nothing was changed a ton following the mid-season mage update, and Jungle, as well as Min once again changed during the Assassin update. By the time you settled into all the new things, Riot came in with even more new things. Again, the mid-season update was almost as big as the preseason ones, giving players 2 games to look forward to per year. The full 9 of each year was usually around May, right as players were entering summer break or the tail end of their school semester. That was an optimal time for players to look forward to all the new content that they had to pick up. The bottom line is, League was changing on a fundamental level every season, keeping it fresh and exciting, albeit sometimes overwhelming. 2015 to 2020 was characterized by innovation and, more importantly, fearlessness. Riot did not care what the consequences of their ambitious changes were. They were focused on doing big things every half a year for better or worse to maintain a dynamic experience of the game, and it worked. In my opinion, the golden years of the League were during that time for all the complaints people had about tank meta, uncensored meta, ADC in 2017, and have you. I can't think of a time when people were more excited to tune into LCS, watch streamers for hours on end, and every top league YouTuber pulling easily high 6 to low 7-figure views per video without even trying. Despite how random it felt like Riot was doing all these changes over the years, to some extent they knew what they were doing. There was a huge focus on modernization, abandoning their previous outdated conventions of champion and game design and giving everything a fresh coat of paint. New items every season, new champion kits every season, PGEs coming out and receiving just as much attention and hype as actually new champions. Speaking of which, Riot was less concerned about making champions hassle skins or were overloaded, choosing instead to try all sorts of wacky ideas, whether they did or didn't turn out well. We had Bard, Echo, Tahm Kench, Kindred, Alawi, Jhin, Aurelion Sol, Talia, Clan, Ivern, Zyra, Rakan. It wasn't until late 2017 when they started to pump out the stupid champs like King, Premier Born, Kai'Sa, Pyke, etc. They didn't care. They just wanted to innovate and try new things. A stark contrast to how things feel now. The biggest mid-season update we had since 2022 was the durability patch, but all that did was make champions healthier. We haven't had the same groundbreaking updates as we did during the first decade. For most of the second decade, I feel like Riot's been playing things too safe. Anytime they make changes, it comes off in a way that's more contained in scale or an accessory to an already established mechanic. They only rework or update 1 or 2 champions at most, or just a couple items, not 15 at one time. Adding new objectives like Otacon, Beats, and Void Growths may appear to give off the same impact as Dragon's Soul or whatnot, but the reason they don't is because none of them really change the central experience of the game. Void Growths makes it more convenient to take towers, but it's not like a team with all growths pushes that much further than a team without. Ruinous Otacon offers a big stat boost that compounds the effects of other objectives, but taking Otacon without any objectives is basically just an extra 25 restored capture force and half a level. Though it did get nerfed, it was always treated as an objective that people take when there's nothing else to do while waiting for Baron. As for Voracious Otacon, they never should have added it to the game. Losing a Ruinous Otacon though doesn't carry the same repercussions as a Baron or Dragon's Ult. Not that it needs to be. Having too many game-winning objectives is part of why League is extremely stressful to play these days. But therein lies the problem. The gameplay team is only building off their current foundation rather than trying to do crazy new stuff that makes the player base have to figure out the game in new ways. A prominent discussion topic as of late has been whether or not the removal of mythic items was a good decision. Some are even going so far as to say League was better off with it still being in the game as opposed to without. When you consider how many egregious metas we had like the Stridebreaker meta, Chemtank meta, Divine Sunderer meta, Sunfire meta, Gorge Ranger meta, Prowess Claw meta, Dustblade meta, Everfrost meta, and so on, the notion that people want it back may sound absurd, but it's not so much that people literally want mythics back, more that people miss the days when the game was unpredictable and dynamic. In essence, a non-negligible amount of people want to even changes on a grand scale, even if it might lead to stupid. More than Riot playing it safe and not doing a whole lot. So it might seem counterintuitive to want League of Legends to flip upside down twice a year when the goal is to master the game and consistently climb. But I've been told that more and more people are switching to TOT and Arena not only because they're more fun to play, but also because those game modes have been getting the same content updates that League used to. In Arena, there's an absurd new thing happening every single week it seems. League, on the other hand, has remained more or less the same throughout this entire time. If you quit back in Season 4 and came back in Season 7, you had to relearn the game because of how different it was. But if you quit back in Season 12 and came back now, I would argue it's still recognizable for most players. The question is, however, can Riot even make that many changes? A popular video released back in 2017 or 2018 if I can recall was from Doublet on the downsides of a constantly changing game, in which he underscored how exhausting it is to keep up with all that Riot was doing throughout that time. For the most part, I agree with the sentiment that Riot needed to slow down a bit, especially when it came to champions being buffed and nerfed too much, as well as new champions being the overloaded messes they were. Logically speaking, they finished updating the majority of the roster, so there's no reason to keep updating anymore, right? Somewhat, but even then there's still more things they can do that won't necessarily future-proof the game. Or frankly, maybe they should. I feel like Riot's only hope in this going into the league is by doing something completely out of left field. Maybe half a dozen features at once instead of one every 3 years. Or perhaps a complete reimagining of some of making a brand new map or something. Or not even anything to convince players that League has changed. Some new direction or initiative that paves a new future for the game rather than preserving the status quo. The fact that more players are excited for the new game mode and more players are moving to Arena or TOT or quitting the game and playing something else means it's not just the toxicity of the game that's responsible for this gradual exodus. People might just be bored of the game. New changes will bring them back for maybe a month or two, but then they go right back to whatever they were doing before since League has gone back to what it was before. Going for something as risky as a new Summoner's Rift may not be possible due to Red Team, so I suppose the lowest risk, highest reward would be to go back to sweeping gameplay changes. Maybe, I don't know, make an elemental Baron. In Season 14 they made 3 distinct Barons, but those Barons all get the same buff. Perhaps different Baron buffs for different Barons would be a place to start. Another option would be to speed up the VGU project and finally update those old champions. Though I do understand why it's not a popular course of action, financially speaking. It doesn't matter at this point, Riot has to do something big. Other creators are talking about it, and the players are talking about it too. The sooner and bigger they do it, the better. So what do you guys think about all this? Do you agree or disagree with my points? If you disagree, let me know in the comments below, and if you agree, what are some ideas you have in mind? I'd love to hear them. For the time being though, if you enjoyed the video, a like and subscribe would be much appreciated. Don't forget to follow me on Twitter at Farsfair, join my Discord server, and check out my other League discussion videos if you haven't yet. Until next time, thanks so much for watching, and I look forward to seeing you again soon. Take care.
2 players accused of $1 million heist on the game's biggest stage, the World Series of Poker. I haven't seen a scandal this shocking in years. Everyone in the poker community are losing their goddamn minds. What exactly happened here? Did these players cross the line to secure a 7-figure payday, or were they just innocent victims?
Ligata 20. Ja myslím, že to oprášim Ligu retardov. Vytočíme nejaké nuláky, ale... Neviem, či na to mám čas a priestor. Trón žerie dosť času. Je tu reálne dosť roboty. Reálne je tu dosť roboty, čo treba vylizovať. Celkom vyčerpávajúci je Trón. Je náhnitý, ale zároveň vyčerpávajúci. Ale už máme pekný rezervoár a s tými tisícami, ktoré mi dali, sme pod 15 000. Takže hovorím, tá tematika je solidná. Neviem, čo sa tu deje, ne ich vôbec zložiť. Veľmi zvláštne veci sa tu diali. Len tak som vylizoval. Málo života mám takisto, neviem, čo sa deje. Mi to prípada, že je tu nejaká zvláštna fantasmagória. Trošku taká zvláštna fantasmagória, neviem, čo sa deje. What do you mean by their duration? What do you mean? What do you mean by their duration? Ako? Tá liga, lebo liga retardov je strašne zväzujúca a to treba točiť, kým vytočíš nuláka potom aj nevieš ako a 3 hodiny točíš a nevieš vytočiť nuláka. Za celý deň sa ti môže stať, že ho nevytočíš. Pozerať na koľko to, ako je to, liga retardov je kľudná vec, to väčšinu zápasov sa avkuje aj tak. Z tohto aspektu je kľudná vec a to je problém s ligou retardov. Že je strašne vyčerpávajúca, únavná, lebo iba pozeráš na pičucov, ako sú psychicky narušení. Pozeráš na totálne zaostalé individuá, ktoré sa nevedia ani vykadiť. Jediné, čo chcú, je dávať minionov. To nemá zmysel, to si ono môže pustiť Path of Exile. Jediné, čo tam kokoti robia, je dávajú minionov. Namiesto toho ich bojovali, fragovali, aby otáčali tie fragy. Preto je to o ničom. No to jednoducho nemajú, no to je Path of Exile v rúžovo. taký Power Exile využil, no. Taká fantasmagória, no, je to o ničom. Je to chore, Power Exile je chore, no, to ťažko tam. Je to fantasmagória, chorá buržoázia. To je to. Liga retardov nie je cesta. To není ono. To začneš, prehráš prvé 3 alebo 4 zápasy. To je istá vec. Teraz je trošku viacej voľného rezervoáru. Šmáci pokadili Pitiho. Šmáci. Oj, no je to chore. Vánové tu sú, to ich teoreticky môžem, lenže tu ma nerutujú aspoň na mieste, tí pičusovia. To je ten rozdiel, tu ma nerutujú na mieste, jak pičusovia. Lebo ten rut trvá nejaké 4 sekundy, to je úplne o ničom. Potrebujeme dať nové pitivo. Ale toto je posledná škrékoška. Viem to predsa len nakoniec predám, som to mal predať hneď. Nakoniec som sa aj tak rozhodol, že to pošleme do pagody, že to predáme. Že to zerujeme nejaké bobule. Takže... To je taká paseka, že nakoniec som sa tak rozhodol, že to predám, som to mal na začiatku hneď rozbiť. Predať za nejakú solidnú sumičku. Teraz vynkasujeme z toho menej. Už si treba len povedať, že teraz chcem povedať, že OK, budeme trošku skromnejší, no. To by trošku skromnejšie to zobrať, trošku skromnejšie, na co je žaliť. Bolo lepšie fantasmagórie, ale rozkadili sa na orechový šrot. A posledných 6 minút fantasmagórie. Ale henta sáčka. To si hovorí Pau Exile, fúha. Kalantia, ty, ako henten 12-kový raid. To je hníz. Ale zába peniaz, zába drobná. Už zarobil slušné várky, slušné srvátky, môžeš otáčať. Môžeš v podstate otáčať slušné petolízače, migrifiče, makové nárezy, šunkovú šťavu. Dali sme pekný rezervoár, na 12 000 sme to dali. Čiže si myslím, že pekné, solidné sú to 12 000. Posledné 3 minúty, oj 12 000. A to s tým, že mi dali zase tónu hnojov. Je to solidný rezervoár. A to by sme sa už nemali tak skoro dostať. Tak dneska robili solidné várky. Už sme nemali by sme sa dostať už na 20 000 za normálnych okolností. Liga retardov je strašný žrút chorého času. Čo by nebolo problém je, že ja chcem iné veci točiť a potom to nebudem stíhať. Liga retardov nie je, že spustiť si ju na 2 hodinky denne. Ligu retardov potrebuješ vytočiť nuláka. Presne tu je ten mákový problém, potrebuješ vytočiť nuláka. Takže sme sa dostali po 12 000 srvátiek. Čiže solidne mákové sústo. Solidne mákové sústo. A posledná runda, takže posledná runda budú títo šmáci. Títo tu. Títo tu. Títo tu. Odchádzame. Dáme šmákom vodu. Teraz som vložil poslednú várku vody. A síce ešte dáme jednu menšiu. Koľko máme? 16, 15, to ešte stíhne. 14, 13, máme 9 sekúnd, to je OK. Stihli sme to, Čo sa dá robiť? Nás 580, 11,5 preto líze, čo? Ideme to ešte vybrakovať sem. Treba rozbiť a dať na predaj, no treba rozbiť a dať na predaj. Strašne veľa vecí. Všetko. Ale tu sme nejaké vyudili, nejaké veci. Je to samozrejme ideálne. Ale máme rezervoár. Sme na tých 12 000, môžem povedať. Ale trošku viacej, zase sa mi nahromadili nejaké hnojaky. Ale z nich rozbijeme ešte nejaké petolízače. Z nich rozbijeme. Ale tieto. Jedna várka. Jeden kumštofel, a túto helvegenáciu rozbijeme na jednu várku. Ale 8 000 mákových závinov. 546, už 26 sme vylízali. To sme blízko 547. A tu sú nejaké mákové záviny na tej 650-ke. Čiže v podstate 100 levelov. Ale to je o ničom, to je všetko také. Choro vylízané, no choro vylízané. Dobre. Ideme na čmákom trošku pečivalky. Vodu. Povedal by som, že ideme odsypať asi relaxačný tréningový deň. Myslím, že prichádza ten čas. Keď spustia to. Jedenáctého. 11 dní. No nič, dobre. Zabalíme to, tento segment. Ideme odsypať dneska sú z výbožruty, takže to bude rýchle futro, z výbožruty sú vždy rýchle futro. Ideme odsypať 590 relaxačný tréningový deň, áno, 590. Vidíme sa.